Chapter 1. Sadie. Swimming up from a dream about my dad and into the light of day was both devastatingly sad and beautiful at the same time. I never wanted to forget a single thing about him. The way he laughed. The way he joked. The loyalty he showed his friends, and the strength he displayed in everything he did, from the way he handled my mother's death and raising me, to running a business of 50 strong men on his own. There was also his kindness. The way he'd held me when I cried, read me bedtime stories and made me feel safe. Always. Even when a boy would break my heart in high school, or I'd miss my mom so much my chest would feel like it was going to crack open. He had been there for me. Always. I smiled as I arched my body, connecting with hot flesh and firm limbs. Hopefully my mates would show our children the same things my father had taught me. There was a time to be strong, a time to be kind, a time to be smart with your head, and a time to use your heart. But there was always time for family. Speaking of which, Rogan's hand slid over my thigh, caressing my flesh before moving north and stroking across my belly. Tingles of awareness and arousal curled inside me. "Good morning," I said as my eyelids fluttered open. I lay on my side, facing the spot where Fridge normally slept. Rogan pressed against my back, the heat of his body radiating over me, making me want to snuggle in even closer. "Good morning, beautiful," Rogan replied, kissing my neck. Then he sighed, sounding happy, and his breath caressed my skin like a hot wave. Stretching out a hand in front of me to the empty side of the huge bed, I curled my fingers into the sheets. I frowned. The space was cold. Then I realized there was no indent in Fridge's pillow, and sadness hit me all at once. I swallowed down the emotions that clogged my throat. He didn't come home last night. Rogan sighed, this time with a touch of resignation. He must be bad. I rolled onto my back and looked up at my beautiful wolf shifter, who was half propped up against the headboard now. Damn, he was gorgeous. His dark blonde hair was tousled, and I wanted to reach up and play with the strands. So I did, combing my hand through his hair and stroking my fingers along his cheek. He stared down at me, the intensity of his gaze warming the sad, cold parts of my heart. "What do you mean?" I asked. "About Fridge being bad?" Rogan turned his head, kissing the palm of my hand that I had cupped around his face, then looked at me again. "He would normally be home, that's all. He's had enough time to cool off. I would have thought he'd have flown back by now." I gazed at the open bedroom door. "Do you think he came back, and maybe slept somewhere else in the apartment?" I could imagine Fridge on the couch, all huffy and mad at us, but at least he would be here and we could start to sort out everything. Rogan shrugged. "Only one way to find out." He dropped a sweet, gentle kiss on my lips, then jumped up out of bed. "Damn, he's fine." Unable to stop myself from following his every move, I loved the way his ass cheeks flexed with each step he took, and admired the breadth of his back and the incredible strength in his arms. He was shredded, strong, and gorgeous. "Hey, Fridge." Rogan called out, still wearing his boxer briefs from last night. "You around?" I hadn't been up for any sort of intimacy with Rogan after Fridge left. The last thing I'd wanted was for Fridge to come home and feel like we'd deliberately excluded him, especially when the reason he'd left was mostly due to his insecurities and jealousy. Which seemed a little ridiculous to me, knowing how I felt about him, but obviously those feelings were very real to him. We'd slept in Fridge's bed, and I was pretty much still fully clothed, so that if and when Fridge did turn up, he wouldn't have a reason to be even more resentful. Or that had been the plan anyway. Rogan walked through the bedroom door and disappeared from view, then within a few minutes sauntered back into the room again, shrugging. "Doesn't look like he came home at all." He ran a hand through his hair. "I kinda assumed I'd wake up, and he'd be here cooking breakfast and pretending like last night never happened." I sat up, remembering the breakfast he'd made for me yesterday. "Yeah, me too." I wrapped my arms around my knees and sighed. "What should we do?" Rogan walked over to the bed, knelt on the mattress, and crawled over to me. "Come here, beautiful." He flipped over and lay down on his back on top of the covers. Then he pulled me down so that I lay with my head on his chest, his heart steadily beating beneath my ear. He stroked my hair. "This is not your fault, Sadie. And it's not mine either. We've just gotta wait for the big idiot to get his shit together and come back." I nodded against his chest but didn't speak. My eyes were hot and my throat was clogged again. I was never this emotional. It must have been everything that had happened this week. My father's murder, finding my mates, and then meeting my cousin, who I hadn't even known existed. There was only so much a person could take. Even one who didn't normally cry. I cleared my throat, wanting to change the subject, because thinking about Fridge and the hurt he was obviously carrying was just too much at the moment. He was my fated mate, but he had serious issues about that term. All I knew was that he was a sexy guy, and I desired him an incredible amount. Clearly, he wanted me in return. And yet, he was fighting our connection because he didn't want to be forced into a mating that hadn't been of his choosing. As if any fated mate had a say in who they could choose or not. Fate was the one who chose in that instance. "So, what's the plan for today?" I asked, pushing myself up and sliding out of bed, ripples of annoyance at Fridge moving along my clenched jaw. Channeling annoyance rather than worry toward Fridge was actually a good way of pushing forward. It beat feeling melancholy and rejected. At least I still had one mate who wanted me. Rogan sat up in bed and leaned back on his hands. His skin glowed in the morning light, and a curl of desire moved through my belly. "Yum? Well, we need to go into work, I suppose," he said. "And Fridge could be there. He barely leaves the place. That suit you?" I grinned. "Yeah, of course. It's my business now, I suppose. So, I'll have to get used to being there every day." He nodded as though agreeing with me, but his expressio was thoughtful. I opened my mouth to ask what he was thinking about, something my father had always said not to do with a man. "We're not women, Sadie. Half the time we're not thinking about anything other than what needs to get done at that moment. And the other half, you probably don't want to know about anyway." Rogan jumped up and grinned at me, distracting me from my question. "I'm gonna hop in the shower and get dressed. Wanna join me?" He waggled his eyebrows in a suggestive fashion, and I dropped my gaze to the floor. I didn't want to say no to him, especially as he was my mate, but I wasn't able to control the guilt that came flooding in. "I'd love to, but you're concerned about Fridge's feelings if he finds us in there together." I glanced up, meeting Rogan's gaze. I know I shouldn't be worried about him. I wasn't the other night. That was pretty hot, actually. And he's the one who ran away last night, rejected me. I shouldn't worry. And yet? Rogan chuckled softly. "But you do worry about his feelings, and that's totally okay. We've got the rest of our lives to enjoy lovemaking and showers together, don't we?" I didn't like the slight question in those last two words. Was Rogan doubting us? Doubting me? I nodded quickly. "Yes. We do. We were mated, or at least our wolf shifter sides were." I was pretty sure that meant the human side automatically followed suit. It was a done deal. Breaking that fated mate bond would probably kill us both. "Great. Well, I'm gonna grab some clothes. You want to shower first?" "Not really. But I should." "Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick." I scrubbed myself from head to toe, then jumped out of the shower the moment Rogan stepped into the bathroom. We were both showered and dressed, and driving to work within the hour drive-through, coffees in hand. "Muffin?" I asked him, opening the bag of food I'd bought at the coffee place. "Chocolate or raspberry?" "Not fussy," he said, so I gave him the double chocolate one. He bit into it, crumbs falling to his lap. I smiled as I ate my raspberry and white chocolate muffin, the strange normalcy and complete relaxation between us at odds with the short amount of time we'd known each other. We parked a street over from my father's bounty hunter business, otherwise known as the workshop, and walked up to the building in pleasant silence. Rogan pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and opened the door for me. I'll go switch on all the lights and set up a few things. I nodded, amazed at how quiet the large converted warehouse was without all the men who worked there. Doesn't anyone else have keys to open up if we're late? Rogan shook his head. Nope. Just Fridge and me. And now you. He stopped and grinned. The guys won't be long though. They know we're pretty reliable on opening time. I smiled at Rogan, then glanced at the staircase that led up to the second floor. I'm gonna head up to the office. He nodded. I'll see if Fridge is here, hiding out somewhere, and let you know if I find him. My chest tightened. Thanks. I ran up the stairs, part of me expecting Fridge to pop out of the shadows. But he didn't. When I entered my empty office, my stomach dropped. He's not here. Fridge was a fiery one in more ways than one. Every time I looked at him, I could feel the chemistry between us. There was so much potential for us, if we accepted the mate bond. We would ignite like dragon's breath when I corrected myself, we came together. Our mating would be hot and all-consuming, and part of me knew that was exactly what Fridge was afraid of. The power of our connection. The potential for our love. I sat down in my father's large executive chair behind his imposing desk and sighed into the empty room. I desperately wanted my dad back. But that was never going to happen. Physically shaking myself, I wished my melancholy away. The only way to push through depression, in my limited experience, was to stay busy. Accomplish something useful. And what was on my list for today? I glanced down at the handwritten to-do list I'd scribbled yesterday that lay next to the computer on my desk. Pick up Dad's ashes. My heart twisted with pain in my chest. I can't believe he's gone. I got to my feet, angry at myself for being so weak. For allowing myself to be pulled closer to the quagmire of grief that I knew would kill me if I let it tug me down into its depths. One step at a time. Get things done. Grabbing the remainder of my muffin and coffee that I dropped onto the desk, I slung my bag over my shoulder. I didn't want to go and collect my father's ashes, though I wouldn't mind kicking the ass of the coroner who had deliberately sabotaged my father's remains. That man's actions would make Dad's murder so much harder to solve. Not that it wasn't already an almost impossible task to prove who'd killed him, since a vampire was the murderer, and they were notoriously difficult to pin down. But still, I left my dad's office. Even in that short time, the place had transformed. Instead of silence, the warehouse was now bustling with the sounds of my father's staff. The men were training and getting ready for the day. Smiling, I headed down the stairs and met Rogan, who appeared to be on his way up. He grinned as our gazes met. I was just coming to tell you that Fridge hasn't gotten here yet, which I can tell you has never happened before. Rogan shook his head like he was disappointed in our mate. I wasn't surprised, unfortunately. Even though I'd hoped to be wrong, I had the feeling this issue around fated mates ran very deep for Fridge. He's probably perched on a rocky mountain somewhere blowing fire rings, I said, as flippantly as possible to hide my concern. Apprehension for my reluctant mate weighed heavily on me. My stomach twisted every time I thought about him. But I couldn't do anything to help him at the moment, so I was using that nervous, worried energy for something else. Namely, heading out to pick up what was left of my father. I forced a smile to my lips. I'm off to the coroner to pick up Dad's ashes. Let me know if Fridge turns up, okay? I have my cell. Rogan frowned, concern written all over his face. You want me to come with you? I shook my head. Rogan had already seen me in every state imaginable in the few days since we'd met. Grief-stricken, lustful, fighting and crying. He didn't need to see any more, and I had no idea what was going to happen to me today and if I could control my emotions. I'll be fine. But thank you for offering. I'll take Dad's car if you'll hand over the keys. I grinned, holding out my hand. Rogan tossed them to me and nodded. You just call if you need me. I can be there in a few minutes. I swallowed hard at the solemn expression on his face. I was pretty sure he was offering to shift into wolf form and run the length of the city to get to me if I needed him. We had laws against shifting in public in the city, but it seemed my mate didn't care about such things. I'll be okay. I gave him one last, lingering smile before heading out the door. Out of all the darkness of this past week, Rogan was a true star in my inky sky, giving me hope and guiding me home. But as I headed out the door and into the sunshine, a shadow cast across my path. I was about to pick up the remnants of my father's body. A task I'd never dreamed I'd have to do. Chapter 2. Sadie. The drive to the coroner's office was slow due to heavy traffic, and each block only pushed my temper higher. My father had been murdered for God only knew what reason. And those in power, namely the coroner and the police in this instance, were covering it up. I'd bet my life on it. By the time I arrived at the drab, old gray building, my hands were clenched into fists and my jaw was tight and painful. I parked, jumped out of the car and stormed in through the front door. "Can I help you?" an anemic-looking male clerk asked as I strode up to the desk. "Yes. My name is Sarah Williams, and I'm here to pick up my father's ashes." The man pushed a form at me, attached to a black clipboard. "Fill this out." I glared at him. "While I do this, can you go get the coroner? I want to speak to him." The clerk's eyes widened. "He's working." I narrowed my eyes. "I don't care. Tell him I'm here and I want to see him. Now." I scribbled out the details of my father's death and identification, then pushed the clipboard over the desk. When the clerk didn't move, I practically growled at him. "Go." The man jumped and ran out the back door of his office and into the inner sanctum of the morgue. I inhaled and exhaled sharply, trying to get a feel for what type of shifter the clerk was. He was some sort of weird mix, but it was difficult to tell with all the strange chemicals in this place. The walls were painted a sterile hospital white. The floors were a drab pale linoleum. I inhaled again and grimaced. A person would probably be able to eat off any surface in the place, as far as cleanliness went, if their gut could handle the toxic level of disinfectant. The door behind the reception area opened, and the man scurried back in. "Miss, here you go." He pushed a plain silver urn at me. I frowned. Was that it? They simply gave me a jar and expected me to be on my way? "Where's the coroner?" "You know, the man who didn't even bother doing an autopsy on my dad before he incinerated him." The clerk's eyes darted down and left, then right. He was an odd little man. Creepy. "He's busy," he said, then flicked his gaze up to me. "I'm sorry, but if you would like to speak to him at a later date, we can schedule an appointment." My fingers itched to go for the knife I had strapped to my ankle, but it wouldn't do any good to threaten him. I glanced toward the exit. No, leaving didn't feel right either. Forcing myself to calm down, I attempted to smile in a relaxed way, so as not to put the weird shifter on alert. I picked up my dad's ashes and nestled the urn into my elbow, holding it close to my body. "I'll wait," I said calmly. "Can you go back there again, please, and tell the coroner I'll wait here until he is free, and ask him when that is likely to be?" The man's eyes darted from me to the counter, then back to me. Walking over to the ugly waiting chairs pushed up against the wall, I sat down. I crossed my legs, settled in, and gripped my father's ashes, all the while forcing myself to remain as calm as possible. Panic flashed across the clerk's face. I pulled my cell phone out of my bag and began flipping through the contents, checking emails and making a big show of the fact that I was quite happy to be there all day if needed. The weird little shifter wouldn't want that, I was sure. "I'll go speak to him again," he said, and hurried out the door behind his desk. As soon as he was gone, I jumped up and charged for the swinging doors that would lead me into the inner recesses of the coroner's world. Pushing through the double doors, I walked along sterile white corridors, listening for any signs of life. Then I heard what I'd been listening for. Quick footsteps on the linoleum floor and hurried whispers to my right. I pushed through a door into another sterile room, my heart hammering in my chest. Where was that traitor? That sellout? The voices were getting louder and more heated. I followed the sounds, moving with deliberate intent, looking left and right, ready to defend myself against an attack. Maybe I should have brought Rogan with me. I shook off the thought as I plowed through another set of double doors and came face to face with the coroner. His mouth dropped open as I approached. "What are you doing in here?" He was a vampire, though he didn't seem to be a particularly strong or dangerous one. His skin was as pale as moonlight, and he was as thin as a whippet. I lifted my chin. "I want to speak to you about my father's death." There was a dead body on the table in front of him. The coroner had obviously been examining the body before I'd walked in. His hands were gloved and he still held a scalpel. I glanced down, trying not to absorb the sight of the man on the table. He'd been beaten to death, by the looks of his mangled face and upper body. My stomach lurched, and my empathetic heart cried out against the injustice of such a death. My spine straightened as I strengthened my resolve. "Are you going to burn this man's body before you do a proper autopsy as well?" The coroner's eyebrows flew up, then he frowned. "I don't know who you think you are, young lady, but I'm Sadie Williams. My father was Jack Williams. He owned the business, Hunters. Remember now? You destroyed his body before even doing a proper report on his death." The coroner's mouth flapped up and down. There was no autopsy ordered from the police or the judge. It was an open and shut case. "Open and shut case?" I repeated, anger boiling up inside my belly. It was murder. How could you have destroyed the only evidence we had to find the killer? My hands tightened into fists, and every instinct I had was on high alert. Every noise was magnified. Every beat of my heart sounded like a war drum in my ears. The coroner stuck his nose in the air. "There was no evidence of the killer, young lady." I laughed, though what he said wasn't funny. He was killed by a vampire. Don't tell me there was no evidence. Or that a professional like yourself couldn't give the police any evidence pointing to a suspect. The coroner smiled, though there was no humor in his expression. I could see the tips of his fangs. "Miss Williams, you have no case here. I suggest you take your father's ashes, perform whatever ceremony you mortals do to say goodbye, and move on with your life." I clenched my teeth as my temper snapped. I wanted to snatch the knife from my calf and threaten him with it. Who the hell did he think he was? But something stopped me from doing what I craved. Whether it was the knowledge that he was a vampire and could probably fly out of here the moment he saw my weapon, or the fact that he was dirty. Dirty as hell. He had connections and he'd been bought. Making it obvious that I was after him and his owners wasn't smart. It would only put a target on my back if there wasn't one already. "You're right," I said, dropping my head but secretly seething on the inside. "I'll go." I left the sterile room and the horribly depressing building with my tail between my legs. Or that was how I wanted it to appear. But I wasn't giving up. Nowhere near it. They thought they'd gotten rid of the threat my father posed, but I was coming for them. Whoever they were. I was numb on the drive back to the workshop. I'd buckled my dad's ashes into the passenger seat so they didn't spill anywhere, but I couldn't stop looking over at the urn. How was that urn my dad? How was it possible that the only thing left in this world of his strong presence was ashes in a jar? It was so wrong. I shook myself as I got closer to work. I didn't want anyone there seeing how badly affected I was by this turn of events. Should I set up some sort of memorial service? Tomorrow maybe? Or wait until the killer had been brought to justice? There wasn't any rush after all. Dad wasn't going anywhere. I parked across the road from the workshop, grabbed my bag and my dad, and ran to the entrance of Hunters. Should I give my cousin Shadow a call and see what he'd found, if anything? Or did he prefer to contact me? I would have to ask Rogan what normal procedure was. As soon as I opened the doors, I knew something was wrong. For one thing, there was no one around. Where is everyone? I called out, wondering if anyone was available to answer. There were strange noises coming from the back of the building. A grunt, then a pained groan. I listened harder. I could hear the crack of punches landing, in the unmistakable sounds of a fist fight. And it didn't sound like a normal training session. Every part of my intuition knew who was fighting, my two mates. I ran to the training room, where everyone was standing around watching Rogan and Fridge go at it. I pushed past two of the men, gripping my father's urn securely in one arm. I assessed the situation in a second. Fridge was winning, that was for damn sure. Rogan's shirt was ripped off his body, blood splattering his chest and arms and the training mat from his nose and cuts on his head, whereas Fridge looked mad as hell but untouched. What the hell is going on? I yelled, using all the command and force that my father had bred into me. Fridge and Rogan stopped fighting and turned to look at me, while the spectators glanced at the ground. Why? Because they hadn't stepped in to aid the wolf shifter? Or because they knew the root of the issue was me? Fridge was panting, his huge shoulders and chest heaving as he breathed roughly in and out. He was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, drenched with sweat. I stood there staring at them, and as the seconds ticked on, I relaxed. It appeared I didn't need to intervene physically. Both of them glanced at the urn in the crook of my arm, and to their credit each looked slightly sheepish. I turned my attention to the crowd of spectators. All of you, back to work. Now. Then I stepped over the mat to my mates, one of whom was more injured than I'd originally assessed. Rogan's shoulder looked dislocated, his arm hanging at a weird angle. I steeled myself against the pain twisting in my chest. Rogan. Fridge. My office. Turning my back to them, I walked away, calling on my boss personality to save face. Mine and theirs. A large part of me wanted to go to Rogan though. I wanted to help him check his wounds. But he wouldn't thank me for highlighting any signs of weakness, his or mine, so I marched up the stairs and walked into my father's office, placing his ashes safely on the desk. I shook out my hands, my palms sweaty and my stomach clenched with worry. Where could I secure Dad's urn until I worked out where I was living long-term? Perhaps the wall safe. The door opened and Fridge stormed in, his sweaty body radiating the most incredible pheromones. My knees actually shook as I breathed Fridge in. His battle heat. His anger. His jealousy. It was all there in the notes of his scent. I didn't need to be a full shifter to appreciate them. Rogan limped in after Fridge, dragging his leg and holding his shoulder. Happily though, the arm that had been at an odd angle downstairs now seemed to have righted itself. Shut the door, Fridge, I said, sitting down in my executive chair and casting my gaze over to Rogan as Fridge turned away to slam the door. You okay? I mouthed at Rogan. He nodded and fell into one of the chairs opposite me, barely stifling a groan. Fridge stalked over to us and stood behind the other visitor's chair. I didn't ask him to sit. He would have refused. Instead, I laced my fingers together over my chest and leaned back in the chair as though I were as cool and calm as could be. So what happened? Fridge growled, a strange and threatening sound. I stood up, placing my knuckles on the desk and leaned forward. Don't you bloody dare growl at me like that. You hear me? I won't stand for it, and frankly, I don't deserve it. Rogan doesn't either. You're the one who abandoned us last night, so if I were you, Fridge, I'd start apologizing. Hell, I'd be on my knees begging for forgiveness. I stared him down with all the strength of my genetics. Half witch, part shifter, mad as hell. Fridge dropped his gaze, and finally sat down in the chair opposite me. My heart hammered in my chest, and I could feel the magic in the air, the stir of change around us. It was time for this stupid dragon to get his head on straight. Do you want to try that again? I demanded, remaining in position despite the fact my arms were beginning to shake from the strain. Fridge didn't lift his head, and I glanced over at Rogan. His lips were turned down and his forehead was lined with stress. What the hell was going on in Fridge's mind?
Chapter 3. Fridge. She was right. God knew she was right. She just walked in holding her dead father's ashes, for Christ's sake. I should be on my bloody knees, begging for forgiveness. For leaving them. For making Sadie feel like I didn't want her. Then for injuring Rogan. He was my best friend, and I'd snapped his arm. I swallowed hard. My throat constricted, and my heart felt heavy in my chest. I'm sorry. And I was. Keep going, Sadie said. This time she sounded calmer. Bet she's regretting having me as a mate, not that she had any choice about it. Guilt swam up and swallowed me whole. That was the problem with the fated mates trap. You were stuck with the person that fate supposedly chose for you. How could I be a good match for Sadie? For this triple threesome, whatever the hell it was called. Look at me, Fridge, she said, her voice soft. I forced myself to do as she asked, knowing there would be a shimmer of a tear in my eye. I didn't cry. Hadn't in a very long time. But I could feel the heat behind my eyeballs, the clog of emotion in my throat. I was broken. Couldn't they see that? They shouldn't want me. Not now. Not ever. Sadie walked around the desk and perched on the edge, looking down at me. Worse than anything before, there was now pity in her gaze. I dropped my eyes to the ground, disgusted with myself. Don't look at me like that, I said. Like what? She asked. Like you feel sorry for me. I know I'm a screw-up. I know that you got the raw deal here. A thought occurred to me, and I glanced up at her again. Maybe I can move to another city. That would help, wouldn't it? You two would be happy, and you wouldn't need to worry about me. I glanced over to Rogan, who was healing quickly. His chest and face were still stained with dried blood, but the cuts were closing. His posture was straighter as the bones knitted back together too. Rogan and Sadie exchanged a look. I wasn't sure what to read from their faces. They didn't seem relieved at my suggestion. Their eyebrows were high, their eyes wide open. There was no reason I couldn't find another place to live, to work. Somehow. Sitting up straighter in the chair, I cleared my throat. I'll do anything to make this up to you both. And you think leaving us will make it better? Sadie asked, her voice barely a whisper. The look on her face made me pause, because beneath all the anger, the insecurity, the jealousy, I knew that leaving her, them, would probably kill me. I chose my words carefully, a part of me realizing that this moment was one of those defining times of one's life. A single word or choice could change my path forever. I don't want to. But I'm willing to do anything to make up for last night. For today. I looked over at Rogan. I'm sorry I hurt you, man. I didn't. Well, I'm so sorry my temper got the better of me. To my surprise, Rogan grinned and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I get it. I always knew you had a wicked temper, and that I shouldn't get on the wrong side of you. I nodded, humbled by the compassion Rogan was showing me. Forgiving anyone who did to me what I'd just done to Rogan seemed outside the realm of my experience. What happened exactly? Sadie asked suddenly. Rogan grunted. Nothing specific. Sadie rolled her eyes. Well then, what happened non-specifically? I cleared my throat. I came in looking for a fight. And Rogan was here. So. I shrugged. That was pretty much the whole story. I'd still been mad as hell about last night, and Rogan was bouncing around looking happy and healthy. I'd lost it. Sadie stared at me. So, leaving us last night and not coming back wasn't punishment enough. I cocked my head. For who? For us, she said, her voice full of anger. You punished us by abandoning us. Me. For what? And why? She threw her hands around as she spoke, like a crazy person. I told you why. How many times did I have to admit to being weak? Selfish. She narrowed her eyes at me. You mean you were jealous of Rogan and me? But you don't want to mate with me either. She stopped to rub her forehead with her fingers like she had a headache. Have you figured out what you want yet? Or are you just here today because it's your day job? She crossed her arms over her chest and glared down at me. I swallowed hard and shrugged. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't. I'd gone over it 1,000 times and still couldn't see my way out of the maze. I didn't believe in fated mates, but Sadie did. And she believed we were destined to be together and had no choice in the matter. That sat badly with me. My parents had been forced to live together, breed together, for the sake of the dragon shifter bloodline. It had been hell on earth for us kids growing up in that home. I'd sworn I would never be trapped by such an agreement. Not for anyone. Sadie rolled her eyes as she slid off the desk, walking back around to the executive chair and plonking herself down. Rogan stood up, groaning as he rolled his shoulders. I need to get changed. Probably need a quick shower too. Sadie looked at him. You want to head home and come back? Rogan nodded. Good idea. I won't be long. He shot a glance at me and I stood up too, offering my hand to him. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Rogan nodded once and shook my hand, though the handshake was short and terse. You owe me, though. I clenched my teeth, imagining what sort of favor he might ask of me one day. Then I swallowed my pride and agreed to it. Anything, man. Rogan gave me a half smile, one side of his lips tilting up. See you in an hour. He left the office and I turned to Sadie, who was now sitting up straight in her dad's chair, a grim look on her face. So, she said. So, I repeated, sitting back down so that I wasn't towering over her. I suppose I need a shower too. But I'll wait. I was drenched in sweat, and it had begun to dry, so the t-shirt I wore was molded to my body, the cotton dirty and stiff. You do, but I want to talk to you. Without Rogan. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Shoot. Sadie could say anything she wanted. I could handle it. I would sit here and take it, because it was the right thing to do. Where did you go last night? My eyebrows flicked up. That wasn't what I'd expected her to say. I flew up to the Eastern Mountains and perched in a cave for the night. In dragon form. I nodded. Yep. Didn't shift back until this morning. That was what happened when I couldn't cope with what was going on in my human world. My shifter came out, swooped down, and took me away somewhere safe. Somewhere solitary. Sadie continued. Then you came in here and beat up on your best friend, all because you don't like the hand that fate has dealt you. Dealt all of us. My jaw dropped open. She was serious. My stomach twisted with worry about the next thing that had to come out of my mouth, but I refused to hurt her any more than I already had. I wouldn't lie about my readiness to commit to this strange relationship. I'm not. I stopped, not sure exactly how to approach the topic. I don't want you to feel that you have no choice but to be with me, Sadie. I want you, no, I need you, to make that choice when you're ready. But I want it to be a conscious choice. She frowned at me. Fridge, I don't know how to make this any clearer to you. I want you. Fate, no fate, I don't give a shit. If you don't want me, then that's a different story. I'm done chasing you. I want you. But it's up to you now. She stopped talking and stared at me, the silence in the room stretching between us like an ocean. I cleared my throat, shifting on the chair. I don't want to lie to you, Sadie, or give you false hope. I want you, more than I've ever wanted anyone, but whether or not I can commit to mating with you and taking on Rogan forever as well, I really don't know if I can do that. I exhaled in a rush. There, I'd said it all. Heaven help me. Sadie nodded, her gaze shifting away to stare at something on her desk, then slowly she moved her attention back to me. All right. Then I think I need to make some decisions for my own mental health as well as yours. A chill crept over my body, making the skin on my neck tingle and the hairs stand on end. What sort of decisions? I asked, my stomach dropping as I waited to hear what she was going to say. How strong was my conviction to stay away from them? If she wanted to walk away from me, could I let her? Well, Sadie began, pulling her chair in closer to the desk, looking professional and serious. Well, what? I prompted. She straightened, folding her hands together and placing them on the desk. Last night was horrible for me. I put myself out there, told you how much I needed you, and you rejected me. In the worst possible way. You literally flew away. I couldn't be happy after that. I hurt Rogan because, after you left, I was miserable. Every thought I had was about you. How you'd feel if you came home and found us together. So I wouldn't let him be with me. Not like that without you. We slept in your bed. We waited for you. And you never came. Sadie's declaration hit me right in the chest. Had they really worried about me that much? I'd assumed that they'd taken advantage of my absence and enjoyed the night together. I'm sorry. She shook her head. You say you're sorry, that you'll do anything to make it up to us, but the only thing we actually want is for you to get your head around the fact we're meant to be together. She sighed heavily. And it looks like that's the only thing you can't do. I clenched my jaw, nearly cracking my teeth. I could try. But She shook her head. No. I don't want you to try. Being together should be as easy as breathing. And if it's not like that for you, well then, I'll focus on Rogan and hope we can find a way to be happy without you. Without you rang in the air, and jealous anger pulsed in my blood. My heart raced and my dragon roared in my head. So how do you want to do that? I asked. They'd said they didn't want me to leave the city, but I didn't know how we were going to accomplish this. Well, I think I need to sleep somewhere else, she began. Where? I demanded. Your dad's place isn't safe. Despite my worries about my ability to commit, her safety was still my #1 priority. I agree. Until we get to the bottom of my dad's murder, or at least find out what they were looking for when they came to kill him, I think I need to stay at a hotel. I have money, so I'll just choose somewhere close to work. I swallowed the lump in my throat. The idea that money wasn't an obstacle in life was a new concept to me. But Sadie had inherited her father's estate, not to mention the fact she was a corporate lawyer and likely had money of her own. Okay, I said. What else could I say? So, Sadie said, biting her lip, I think the best thing to do is to leave your apartment to you and I'll move out for a while. My stomach lurched and I tasted acid in the back of my throat. If she was leaving the apartment I shared with my best friend for me to sleep in, that meant. And Rogan? I asked, though I knew what the answer was going to be. Why would he stay in our apartment with me? She shrugged. We're mated. He'll want to be with me. So do I. But I couldn't admit that to her. Not unless I wanted to take that final step and declare that I would mate with her also. So I swallowed the words down and forced myself to be calm, diplomatic. Okay. I nodded. Sounds like a good plan. For the short term. You'll be safe and we can work together during the day, assuming you still want my help catching your dad's killer. It took all my energy and strength not to reveal the extent of my feelings at this point in time. They were bubbling like a brook in my bloodstream. Rogan and Sadie would be together, alone. Mating without me. My dragon roared his frustration inside my mind. My fingers tightened into fists and my heart began to pound. If it wasn't so far to the front door of the building, to safety, my dragon shifter would be ripping through me to deal with the pain. The white-hot jealousy. The red pulsing anger. The self-loathing for being the one to put us all in this position. Sadie smiled serenely at me. I'd love your help, of course. Thank you for offering. That was when I knew I was losing this battle to stay aloof from her. This woman would be the death of me. Or she would be the beginning of a brand new life. Both alternatives were equally terrifying, and yet I couldn't walk away.
Chapter 4. Sadie. Pushing Fridge away for his own good, and for mine and Rogan's, was one of the most difficult things I'd ever done. Especially when I read the misery on his face. But calling on years of training, specifically in my career as a lawyer, I put on my poker face and laid out the plan. A plan I knew he would hate. It would drive a wedge between us, and no doubt cause us both a whole lot of heartache. But it was a necessary evil, at least for a short amount of time, to make the bull-headed, stubborn-ass dragon come to terms with the fact that I was his mate. I forced a smile to my face. Great. Well, if you want, I suppose you can go home and get showered and changed too. I twisted in my chair to turn on my computer, dismissing him with the action. After a moment, he stood. My heart ached in ways I never thought possible. But I kept smiling as I flicked my gaze up to his, and raised my eyebrows in question as he continued to stare down at me. Is there anything else? I asked. He shook his head. No. I keep extra clothes here in my locker downstairs, so I'll shower here instead, and go change now. Great, I said, pretending to be chipper despite the tension in the room. The tightness and pain I could see in Fridge's face was obvious, both in the set of his jaw and in the tension squaring his shoulders. Well, I've got to organize a few things, so I'll see you later. Fridge nodded and headed out the door, quietly shutting the door behind him. I collapsed back against the headrest and groaned, my gaze moving to my dad's silver urn. Seriously, Dad? Did you have this much trouble with Mom when you first met? I shook my head as I stood, opened the safe using my birthdate as the passcode, and placed what was left of my father inside. Nothing looked like it had been touched in the safe. The money was still there, along with the leather books and my mother's jewelry. I glanced down at my hands. I was still wearing her rings. I considered taking them off and placing them back in the safe along with the rest of her things, but after the night and day I'd had, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I wanted something to remind me of the family I'd once had, of the love I'd been surrounded by my whole life. If I included Rogan in those thoughts, then the love I was still surrounded by too. Rogan was beautiful, a thoughtful, hard-working mate. But even as I thought about him and the comfort he gave me, a part of my heart ached for the missing element. Fridge. I hope that pain goes away, I muttered to myself as I went back to the desk and sat down. If Fridge refused to mate with me, to join our triple, then where would that leave Rogan and me? It was becoming obvious that I would continue to feel lost, helpless, and empty, even with my beautiful wolf shifter by my side. I sighed and opened my father's company email inbox. Whoa. There were literally hundreds of unopened emails, all received in the last few days. I pushed thoughts of my mates aside and got to work. I couldn't have my father's business going belly up because I ignored it. There were new bounties coming in, new clients inquiring about the workshop services. I was going to need an assistant at this rate, but since it was only me at the moment, I immersed myself in my father's sent items and got familiar with the prices and language he used, and the way he dealt with his customers. Luckily, Rogan came back within the hour and helped me go through the emails and deal with the phone calls I received throughout the day. My father's business was more complex than I had first realized, but thanks to Rogan's assistance, I was beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel by the end of the day. As the sun began to go down and the building quietened, Rogan walked back into my office with a questioning stare. What's up? I asked as I began to pack away my cell phone and shut down the computer. I was mentally exhausted, but at least I'd begun the huge process of converting my brain from corporate lawyer to owner of a bounty hunter business. Fridge said you wanted to sleep somewhere else tonight? Shit. I didn't book the hotel. I was thinking of the Marriott, just around the corner. I glanced up at him, as I grabbed my cell off the desk and Googled the phone number for the place. I hope you want to come with me? Or would you prefer to go back to your apartment with Fridge? Rogan stared at me with wide-open eyes. Shocked maybe? I wasn't sure. Rogan? I asked, my thumb poised over the call button. Of course, I want to stay with you. I'm never leaving you again. But Fridge? Fridge and I had a discussion earlier and he made his choice, I said, making the call and putting the receiver to my ear. And I'm not spending another night waiting to see if he'll come home, or flip out or... Marriott Hotel, King Street, came a voice on the other end of the line. How can I help you today? Hello, yes. I'd like to book a room for the next 5 nights, please. I grinned at Rogan as I began to make the reservation. The clerk listed the options and the exorbitant prices, and I pushed any worries about money away. I hadn't had a vacation in years. Literally years. This would be several days of luxury. And room service. Because I couldn't keep denying myself or Rogan just because Fridge refused to join us. The suite will be fine, I said. Thank you. I took out my credit card, recited the numbers, and hung up with a smile. All done. Rogan frowned. 5 days? What's wrong? I asked, picking up my bag and throwing it over my shoulder. Not long enough? I'm sure we can extend it if we want to. He shook his head as I approached him. My stomach automatically tightened, and my lower belly melted as I inhaled his delicious scent. I wanted to leave the stress of today behind me and fall into the arms of my mate. Somewhere safe. Somewhere we could be alone. I'm worried about this, Sadie, Rogan said, though his hand slipped into mine, interlacing our fingers and holding me tightly. Pushing Fridge away may have dire consequences. I rolled my eyes. Oh, ye of little faith. Please. Why do you think I booked the biggest space they have, except for the penthouse? Fridge couldn't even let us have dinner alone the other night. I'm hoping he'll come to his senses and join us sooner rather than later. So you're doing this to try and force him to choose? Put that way, it didn't sound very nice, but I suppose it was true. Rogan, to be honest, I'm struggling to handle everything that's being thrown at me at the moment. Discovering I have 2 mates, my father's murder taking over his business, finding out about a blood ring in the city, and secrets surfacing about my mother. And to top it off, a dragon mate who doesn't want me, simply because I admitted to feeling the pull of a fated mate, instead of saying that I chose him of my own accord. It's been tough. His expression was serious as he studied me. Yeah, I get that. But you are tough, Sadie, and you're handling it all far better than most. Maybe. I shrugged. Didn't feel like it to me. I felt like I was on the edge of breaking down all the time. But now that I have you, at least, why can't we share a night together, Rogan? Or 5? Don't you want to? He shot me a lascivious grin and used his free hand to grip my ass and pull me into him. Of course I do, but last night. Last night I was in your apartment, Fridge's bed, and I was terrified for him. But now he's a big boy. I can't be more honest about what I need from him, so now it's up to him to choose. Commit or not. It's not like there's a time limit. He can decide tonight, next week, or next year. I'm not going anywhere. I sighed and ran my hands up Rogan's arms, focusing on him, on his scent. In the meantime, I want to make love to my wolf. Oh, do you now? Rogan said, then dropped his head and kissed my lips gently. A hesitant knock on the door interrupted us. I turned, breaking the kiss. Fridge was standing there, blocking most of the door, his face splashed with redness and his gaze on the floor. He'd obviously heard what I said about wanting to make love to Rogan, and as I lifted my chin defiantly, I decided not to care. I would say the same thing to him if he made the decision to jump into the fated mate bond with both feet, just like Rogan and I had. Fridge cleared his throat. Just wanted to say good night and check if you needed anything. We're all good, I think. Thanks, Fridge, I said. I'll walk you out, he said, and without waiting for a reply turned and trotted down the stairs. Okay then, I said, sharing a wry smile with Rogan, though the look in his eyes told me he was more worried than amused. Stop stressing, I whispered. I'm going with my gut on this, and my gut says he'll come round. I prayed I was right. Because the alternative, a life without Fridge in it, wasn't one I wanted to consider. I left Rogan to close up the training area. I went around turning off some of the lights, then met my men at the main entrance. I tossed my dad's car keys to Fridge. I've booked a suite at the Marriott so we can walk. It's just around the corner. You want to take the car, W? Fridge nodded, his lips turned downward in a frown. You okay? I asked, grabbing Rogan's hand and arranging the strap of my bag on my shoulder. Fridge took a deep breath and smiled, though it was forced. I admired him for trying to put on a brave face. Yeah, fine. You guys gonna be all right for clothes or? I glanced at Rogan. I hadn't even thought about that. Well, I can bring you some in the morning, if you want. Fridge offered quickly. I glanced at him and smiled. That would be great. My bag at your place is pretty much still packed. He nodded, heading onto the street. No problem. I'll swing by the hotel in the morning. He waved at us and jogged across the road to where my dad's car was parked. I didn't want to watch him leave, so I tugged on Rogan's hand. Let's go. A night of room service and a long bath awaits us. A long bath? Rogan repeated as we walked down the street and away from the workshop. Definitely, I said as I grinned at him. What a dream it would be to slip into a warm bath, surrounded by my hot man. I'm sure you can think of something to do with me once I'm all nice and clean. Rogan growled, and his eyes flared with the heat that made me melt. I couldn't stop the excited chuckle that rose in my throat. The best part about the fated mate bond for me was knowing that my mate truly wanted me, desired me, lusted after me. He would by all accounts never leave me, just as I would never leave him. After a lifetime of wanting the same sort of love my parents had shared, that all-consuming, totally committed sort of love, I finally felt like I'd found it. At least with Rogan. I just had to wait for Fridge to come around to the idea and want to join us. And he would. Until then, I was taking my wolf to a luxury hotel suite so we could ravage each other the way I'd dreamt about. And for the first time, I wasn't going to be looking over my shoulder to check if the dragon was okay. Hopefully, anyway. He did, after all, know where the hotel was.
Chapter 5. Rogan. I hated that Sadie had paid for the hotel suite, when traditionally I knew that to be my role. But considering her father's company, now Sadie's company, paid my salary, I was going to have wrapped my head around the financial side of our relationship. My money was her money. Quite literally. Instead of being macho and stupid about it, I decided to be smooth. I took her hand as she grabbed the hotel room key and guided her upstairs to have my way with her. If she could relax in a place like this, then so could I, even though the polished marble and swanky staff everywhere made me feel extremely uncomfortable. The opulent 30-floor building wasn't my usual comfort zone. I couldn't imagine being that high off the ground. The elevator made its way to the 3rd floor, and the door opened. Not too high, I said with relief. I hated being too far up in the sky. She laughed as we stepped out of the elevator and stood in the small foyer area. I know what you mean. I like being closer to the ground too. Must be a wolf thing. I pulled her into my body and kissed her, tasting her sweet lips and loving the way she melted under my hands. Her fingers gripped my shirt, tugging at me, her apparent desperation to get closer to me escalating. I groaned beneath the onslaught of her passion, her taste. The scent she was giving off told me how much she wanted me. I dragged my mouth away from hers as my blood pulsed south, throbbing in my groin. I needed her more than I liked to admit. Last night had been torturous. Lying next to her, feeling her warm, soft body next to mine, and not being able to make love to her how I wanted, had kept me awake for most of the night. I'd respected her feelings, of course, understanding her insecurities and fears for Fridge. Now that she was ready to become mine once again, I wasn't sure I could wait until after we'd had a bath. More foreplay and waiting would kill me. Quick. Which room? I asked, dragging her down the brightly lit, plushly carpeted hallway. She laughed as I caveman hauled her along. Room 306, she said. 304. 305. I stopped in front of the door she'd indicated, and stepped back so she could open it for us. My pulse thrummed away like a guitar string vibrating in my veins. Sadie swiped the card, and the moment the light on the door handle turned green, I swept her up into my arms, her hands grabbing onto my shirt as she squealed in fright and excitement. I twisted so I could protect her body as I pushed open the door with my back, swinging her around once we'd entered so that I could march through the room with my new mate. Sadie was grinning and laughing as I strode through the living area of the suite, briefly noticing how fancy everything was. There was only one thing in my mind, and that was to get her naked as soon as possible. I turned right and headed into the bedroom, charging straight over to the massive bed and tossing her on it. She bounced on the mattress with a giggle, then slid up and lay down on the pillows so that she was on her back and staring up at me. She licked her lips, making them glisten with invitation. "You want to have a shower first, or?" "No," I said, pulling my shirt over my head and tossing it across the room. "I need you. Now." Afterwards, she lay her head on my chest. I was sure she could hear the thundering of my heart and my ragged breathing. I'd never been so sated, so satisfied in my life. "That was incredible," I managed. Sadie giggled and ran her fingers up and down my arm, finally letting her splayed hand come to rest on my chest. "It was. I needed to feel you like that, so badly. Thank you." I chuckled and kissed the top of her head. "It was entirely my pleasure, I assure you." She laughed. "Not entirely. I guarantee it." I brought my arms up and wrapped them around her, wishing this intimate moment could last forever. "Thank you for asking me to come and stay here with you," I said, wanting her to know how much I valued her choices. And her. She looked up at me, meeting my gaze. "I never want to be apart from you, Rogan. Or mated. My wolf would kill me." I smiled. "And the other half of you?" She looked down. "All of me is committed to you, I promise." I'd hit a nerve there, and I wasn't even sure how. "Hey," I said, reaching for her chin and lifting it so that our gazes were locked. "I didn't mean anything by that. I'm sorry." She nodded, though I could see the tears in her eyes. "What was that about?" "What's wrong?" "My mother wasn't human. She was a witch," Sadie whispered, closing her eyes as she spoke. My breath lodged in my throat. Her eyes sprung open and she stared at me. "You're shocked." She moved away and I let her, feeling her mental withdrawal as well as her physical. When she sat up, clinging to the covers, I slid up against the headboard and reached for her hand. "Don't move too far away. I want to talk about this." "What's there to talk about?" she asked, looking down at the blankets. This was not the Sadie I knew. The toughness was gone. There was a vulnerability in her expression, in the taut way she held herself, that I hadn't expected. "Hey, come here." I dragged her closer. She didn't cuddle into me, but she did come closer, for which I was grateful. I sighed. "I'm not rejecting you or anything, Sadie. I'm just shocked. There hasn't been a witch born in, well, decades. Everyone thought they were completely extinct." She shrugged. "Yeah, that's why my dad never told anyone. Why I don't say anything. It's dangerous." I nodded, understanding dawning. This was a huge step for her. A sign of true intimacy. The sharing of secrets. "And yet you told me." She shrugged. "I feel like I have to. You need to know who I am. What I am." I smiled and reached out to cup her cheek. She finally looked up at me. I stroked her cheek, loving the feel of her soft skin beneath my fingers. "Sweetheart, all it means is that I'll make sure no vampire gets within 100 feet of you. Your blood is way too tasty to them." Then my heart dropped into a cold vat of fear. "Oh shit. Is that why they killed your dad? For information on your mother?" She shrugged, her shoulders sagging even further. "I honestly don't know. Mom died 20 years ago, so most of her legacy and magic died with her. But thanks to Shadow, I now know that my mother cast a spell to include some weird shifter blood into mine, so that the vampires can't smell the witch in me." "Was your mother a quarter witch?" "Less?" I asked. "The less the better, as far as Sadie's scent went. I certainly couldn't smell any magic on her, not that I'd know what that smelled like." She shook her head. "No. She was pure witch." I hissed out a gasp. That's impossible. All full-bloods died out hundreds of years ago. Sadie shook her head. Nope. Ask Shadow. Anyway, I just wanted you to know. Wow, I said, stupefied. That would make you half witch, half wolf shifter, and one of the rarest blood types in the world. I knew you were unique, special, but I thought I was being biased because you're my mate. But wow, Sadie. A tear slipped down her cheek and horror struck me across the chest. Hey. What's all this? I asked. She began to cry harder, and I gathered her up and held her in my lap while she sobbed. I wrapped her tighter in my arms, reinforcing the warmth with the thickness of the blankets on the bed. I rocked her gently as I held her, wishing away her pain, but grateful that I'd met her just in time to help her through this part of her life. I hated to think how she would have managed without me. Without us. I'm sorry, she said when the sobs finally subsided. I pulled her chin up and kissed her full pouty lips. You do not need to be sorry. Quite the opposite. I'm sorry. I obviously didn't handle that very well. She broke out of my arms to grab some tissues from beside the bed and blew her nose before wiping the tears from her face. I've been holding it in for so long. I suppose I just wanted someone to know who I really am. Who my mother was. Can you perform any magic? I asked. Because that would be cool. She huffed out a laugh, then sighed as she relaxed her shoulders. No. Mom never taught me any, and unfortunately, I don't have much to do with her family. We could change that, you know, I said with a grin. I'm sure, between all of our contacts, we could find someone who could turn you into a truly badass hybrid. I didn't know any witches, and if there were any around, they were in hiding. But surely someone would know how to train her. She lifted her gaze to mine. You're not upset. Upset? I repeated. Why on earth would I be upset? She shrugged, and I realized that this, in her mind, was a burden. I kissed her quickly and rolled up and out of the bed. Listen, Sadie, nothing you could tell me will ever make me turn away from you. Nothing. The only thing this changes for me is that I'm going to worry about you being around vamps, but if you're telling me your mom covered that for you, then I'll try not to overreact when they sniff you. She giggled and wiped at her still red and wet face. As I told you guys, no vamp has even tried to bite me. Mom made it so that I smell bad to them. I didn't really want to know which shifter they added in her blood to put off vamps because I didn't care. All I care about is your safety, oh beautiful mate of mine. I grinned. And your happiness. So how about I go run that bath for you, and we both get warm and clean before I get you dirty again. She sat up straighter on the bed, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. That would be awesome. I nodded, before heading into the luxurious ensuite bathroom and turning on the tap in the huge bath. This is incredible. I called out to her. We could easily fit all three of us in here, even with Fridge's bulk. Sadie giggled from the other room. Then let's hope Fridge gets his shit together and joins us before we have to leave. Hey, what the hell are you? It's you. Sadie's outraged voice turned into a scream. I tripped over the bath mat as I darted back into the bedroom. Sadie. What the? She wasn't on the bed. Neither was one of the sheets. My gaze flew to the window just in time to see a vampire jump from the third-story window, with Sadie draped over his shoulder. I bolted to the open window, my wolf growling inside my chest and my heart pounding. I stuck my head out to see the vampire land safely, cradling Sadie in his arms. My mate was still wrapped in the bedsheet. He took off down the street at an impossible speed. My wolf began to howl silently inside of me. I would never catch him now.
Chapter 6. Sadie. The vampire who'd snatched me out of the hotel room looked just like the one who'd broken into my dad's apartment. I was pretty sure it was him. And yet, right now, he held me in his arms as carefully as a baby. After I'd screamed for Rogan, the vampire had managed to swipe the sheet off the bed and wrap me up like a swaddled newborn, before lunging for the window and jumping from the 3-story building. The landing barely jostled me. He clung tight to me as he ran through the city streets like his life depended on it. And if he knew what was good for him, he'd keep on running. When I finally got my breath back, and the world stopped moving at such an unnatural pace, I was going to give him a piece of my mind. That was if Rogan and Fridge didn't kill him first. He obviously didn't want to kill me, or he would have done it already, but who the hell did he think he was kidnapping me? While I was naked. I closed my eyes and forced myself to relax in his arms, saving my strength for the fight to come. As I turned my head into his chest, his scent wove around me, into my nose and through my senses, waking me up in a familiar and yet totally new and tantalizing way. My eyes popped open, and I groaned out loud as the realization flooded over me. No. 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 I'd sensed something special about him. I'd ignored it the first time I saw him, but now, the goddamn fated mate thing. What the hell was I going to do? Hold on, the vampire murmured, though it was literally impossible for me to do so. My arms were trapped within the sheet on either side of my body like a wrapped fish. I was completely helpless, which was why, up until this point, my heart had hammered like it was ready to explode. But now it thundered for a whole new reason. Fridge is definitely gonna kill me for this. Rogan might too. The vampire leaped up, and I couldn't help the shriek that erupted from my throat as he landed on a balcony of some sort, pushed open a door and walked into a heated room. I shivered. Thank God for that. He lay me down on my back and stepped away. I immediately looked around to assess my surroundings. I was lying on a large leather couch in an apartment living room. The room itself was sparse and clean and lovely. I swung my legs off the couch and sat up, struggling with the sheet to get my arms up and out. Who the hell are you? I demanded, glaring at the man before me. No. Not a man, a vampire. He was so beautiful with thick dark hair, high cheekbones and blood-red lips. I narrowed my gaze as I took in his features. Oh my God. You are the vampire who broke into my dad's apartment. I thought so. He was the one who disturbed us the night Rogan and I mated. He'd laid out Rogan and Fridge that night, so even though he looked like a normal-sized man, it was obvious he had the skills, speed, and strength of an ancient vampire. Did you kill him? My dad? I demanded, though I hoped to God he hadn't. The idea that this man, my third and hopefully final mate, had killed my beloved father made my knees shake and my stomach heave. I would never be able to forgive him if he had. No. The word practically exploded from him. Of course not. His voice held a slight English accent, as though he'd spent some of his life overseas, but had been in America a longer period of time. Then what the hell did you kidnap me for? I wriggled some more, tugging and pulling at the twisted sheet, desperate to come out of my cocoon. Let me help you. He stepped forward with an elegant hand outstretched. No, I said, jumping to my feet and trying to step away, only to trip on the sheet. The vampire grabbed me, righted me on my feet, then stepped away once again. That was when the sheet decided to untangle, and the whole thing fell off me to the floor in a spectacularly embarrassing whoosh. Cool air brushed over all my warm skin. Shit. I scooped the sheet back up and tried to rewrap myself, but not before I saw the way the vampire's eyes devoured every inch of my exposed flesh. I need something to wear. He walked away, into a nearby room, and returned with an armful of hangers holding clothes. I grabbed a few things for you, in case you needed them. He dropped the clothes on the couch, and there were some ridiculous price tags still attached to designer jeans, a black dress, and knit sweater. Expected to kidnap me naked, did you? I asked, the accusation in my tone clear. His handsome face flushed a pale pink, as his nose went up in the air. I did not. However, I was planning on keeping you here for a day to talk, and thought you may be more comfortable in clean clothes. He backed away, and I grabbed for the jeans and the sweater, noticing he'd bought underwear for me as well. Not the sort of stuff I usually wore though. These were ruby red and lacy as all get out. I glared at him. You expect me to wear those? He grimaced, his lips pulling to either side. I'm afraid I left the choices of both the clothes and underwear up to the sales assistant. I grabbed for the bra and panty set, gasping at the price. And she rang up the most expensive thing in the store. He shrugged. Money is of no importance. It never was to a vampire. Don't go anywhere, I ground out as I clumsily grabbed the clothes I wanted and shuffled to the bedroom. As if he would. But my annoyance levels were high, and I was scrabbling to get back some sort of control of the situation. We need to talk. He may have kidnapped me, but I had a lot of my own questions to ask. He chuckled, the sound soft and a little rusty as if he didn't laugh often. I'm not going anywhere, Sadie. This is my apartment. And I brought you here, remember? Smart ass. I slammed the bedroom door and dropped the sheet. Asshole. As I pulled on the surprisingly comfortable underwear and beautiful clothing he'd bought, a strange hysteria took me over. I began to smile, then giggle at the absurdity of the situation. 3 mates? How the hell could one woman have 3 fated mates? Truly ridiculous. I took a quick look around the room, not seeing anything of note except for the fact that it was a bedroom. Could have been from any hotel for all the personal touches there were, namely none. Glancing in the large mirror that hung on the wall, I took a deep breath and then headed back into the living area. Time to work out who this guy is and what we're going to do about the situation. When I opened the door, the vampire was still standing where I'd left him, surprisingly still. When his gaze met mine, his eyes burned with a depth and passion I hadn't expected. It had an immediate effect on my body, an effect so strong it embarrassed me. Despite the strange kind of hostage situation, my belly heated. I had to glance away. I forced myself to walk forward on legs that were no longer steady, and collapsed onto the large, comfortable couch. Okay. Tell me what this all about, I said. He smiled. Introductions first. I am Vincent Harlow. And you are Sarah Williams, known to your father and friends as Sadie. I nodded, crossing my right leg over my left and nestling into the couch to make it look like I was a lot more comfortable than I actually was. How do you know so much about me? I've been following you. I blinked. Did you just admit that out loud? He smiled. Shouldn't your next question be, why are you following me, Vincent? This time I didn't even try to look friendly. I crossed my arms over my chest, glaring at him. Fine, Vincent. Why? The name suited him. He appeared calm and regal. Probably had something to do with his age. And how old are you? I added. He moved to the edge of the couch and sat down on the armrest. I'm almost 300 years old. 300? Talk about a cradle snatcher. I shook myself. Okay, and the answer to the question of why you've been following me. He sighed. It's a complex answer, so please hear me out. I nodded and relaxed my arms a fraction. He sighed again. I work for some very powerful vampires. Or rather, I did. They've had your father on their watch list for over 20 years, and recently decided to take him out. My breath hissed in my throat as I stifled a gasp, but I kept my mouth firmly shut and gestured for him to continue. A good lawyer knew to let her client talk. To get them to provide all the information before interrupting. It was a skill I'd never quite mastered. But right now, I was giving it a red-hot go. He continued. I was the one who was tasked with watching him, finding a weak moment and ending his life. But you said you didn't kill him. My voice came out in a squeak. I wouldn't be standing before you if I had, Vincent said, his voice deeper. I saw him one night in his apartment with you. And that stopped you? I asked. He nodded. Yes. I knew as soon as I saw you that you were my. He halted, as if unable to finish the sentence. You feel it too? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Too, he asked, but his expression gave nothing away. I dropped my arms back down and ran my hands along my denim-covered thighs. You're my soulmate as well, aren't you? My fated mate. Whatever special word you use for this. I gestured between us. He nodded, his dark eyes going even darker, almost black. I don't know how it's the case. You don't? I asked with a laugh. How did I end up with a wolf shifter, a dragon shifter, and now a vampire? I shook my head, unable to even fathom how this was all going to work. I mean, talk about natural enemies, right? Tears gathered in my eyes and I wiped them away. Enough, I muttered to myself. Before my father had been murdered, I never cried. Dad didn't like it and I was tough. Always had been. No more tears. I stood up, unable to stay lounging on the couch while Vincent propped nearby as though he could fly away at any moment. Energy sizzled along my veins, making it impossible to stay idle. I paced the living room, the carpet surprisingly soft beneath my still bare feet. I needed to make sure I understood this correctly. Okay, so you were asked to kill my dad, you saw me, worked out we were, and then you refused to kill him? He nodded. Yes. And I tried to stop the hit on your father too. I went to my boss's boss. To the top of our family tree. But there was no stopping it. I'm sorry. I shivered at the intensity of his words, and regret plowed through me. If he'd come to me, this might not have happened. I would have tried to. I shook myself. What was done was done. I would return to the blame game, or what I could have done to save my father later. Let's leave that aside for the moment, I said. There's too much to unpack here without talking about what might have, could have, or should have been. He nodded. Agreed. I clapped my hands together to distract myself and kept moving. Okay, so why did you take me tonight? I don't think you got to that part yet. I jumped in as usual and stopped him from finishing the story. He smiled, his eyes gentle. I needed to speak to you. About your father. About the blood ring. But mostly, I wanted to get you away from those two shifters for a few minutes and see if what I was feeling was real. Part of me believed I may be hallucinating, or something like it. I frowned. Why would you be hallucinating? What do you mean? Sadness overtook his beautiful dark eyes. I'm almost 300 years old, Sadie. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. My heart broke and remade itself all in that one moment. To know that he'd been waiting for me to find his true love for all that time. It was the stuff true romances were made of. I returned his tentative smile and opened my mouth to say something hopeful, something life-altering. The glass doors that led in from the balcony smashed to smithereens. Vincent leapt over to me, covering my body with his. But there was no need to protect me. It was Vincent that needed protecting. Because my dragon shifter was here.
Chapter 7. Fridge. When I got my hands on the guy who'd taken my mate. Fridge, shift back, Rogan demanded as he slid off my back and onto the carpet of the apartment we'd crashed through. After Rogan had called to tell me what happened, I'd picked him up in my shifter form and followed Sadie's scent through the city. I had narrowed it down to this building. This apartment. And I'd been right. There she was. Only, she didn't look like she was in danger. She didn't look unhappy at all. I narrowed my eyes, inhaling deeply. I wished I had better control of my fire breath. Because if I did, I would barbecue the vampire that stood before me. He deserved it for kidnapping my mate. Fridge. Shift back, Rogan repeated, his tone firm and commanding. I shook myself. Shifting twice in a week was unheard of for me, and I was struggling to control the changes. I was going to have to spend more time to sharpen my skills in this form, if I was going to shift every time something happened to Sadie. Our lives with her would never be boring, of that I was sure. I needed control of my dragon side as much as my human side. More, actually, given the potential for untold damage if I lost control of my dragon. I walked back through the broken doors, the glass crunching beneath my heavy purple-scaled dragon claws. I closed my eyes, focusing on bringing back my humanity. Letting go of the anger, the strength, and the wings, so that I could once again become a man. My body contorted, shrinking, my bones reconfiguring and snapping back into place. It was more uncomfortable than painful, and I felt vulnerable in the weirdest way as the people around me watched. But Rogan was there if I needed his protection, and that gave me some comfort. If the vampire attacked, we would at least stand a chance. No one moved, and finally I was back in human form. I was naked, but hey, it wasn't like Sadie hadn't seen me in that state before. A pair of black sweatpants were thrown at me from someone, was it the vamp, and I grabbed them without thinking. I glared at the vampire who had indeed tossed the clothing, but didn't say anything as I tugged them on. They were a little tight, but they do. Sadie rushed around the vampire, her face a mixture of shock and annoyance. She was annoyed. Why? We'd come to rescue her. Are you guys okay? What are you doing here? My hands tightened into fists as rage poured over me like a hot shower. What are we doing here? I repeated, growling in my attempt not to yell. You were kidnapped. What did you expect us to do? Let the vamp just take you, and go about our evening business as if nothing happened? What do you take us for? Sadie crossed her arms over her chest and lifted her chin. Oh, there's an us again, is there? I growled again, a noise I was becoming increasingly comfortable with. You know there is. Now, what the hell happened? Rogan walked forward and cupped Sadie's face. Are you okay? I rolled my eyes. Trust him to take the soft approach. She relaxed as she looked into Rogan's face. Yeah. Vincent never meant to hurt me. Vincent? I repeated. What the? She was on first-name terms with her kidnapper now. The vampire glided up, his strength and speed masked in his lithe, small body. Well, smaller than me, but most everyone was. He was larger than a normal human. Despite our relative size difference, I wasn't underestimating him. He was a vampire. Those who underestimated vamps usually ended up dead. His heels clicked together as he straightened to his full height, then he gave a small, mock bow. Vincent Harlow, at your service. I knew this guy from somewhere. How did I know his face? Hang on a minute. You're the asshole who broke into Jack's apartment, I said as I narrowed my eyes. The vampire nodded and turned to address Rogan. I apologize for injuring you at the time. I only meant to see if the information the elders wanted was at the apartment. Rogan shrugged off the apology. You didn't hurt me. Sadie turned to the vampire. What do you mean, you were looking for information at Dad's place? I stared at her and raised my eyebrows. Oh. You didn't get to that part of the conversation with your kidnapper yet. Vincent gestured to the inside of the apartment, which I assumed was his. Please. Come. Sit. I'll explain everything. Rogan and I shared a look. Could we trust this guy? Sadie stepped closer, her face pleading. Please. Can we hear him out? I really want to know everything I can about my dad's killer. Rogan sighed. Okay. We can stay and talk. He took Sadie's hand and led her to the couch, sitting down and pulling her onto his lap. Sadie was such an independent person, but such was the strength of the mate bond that she seemed content to stay on Rogan's lap, within the circle of his arms. I didn't want to do this, walk into a vampire's home and listen to whatever lies he had to spew. But I wasn't abandoning my mate and my best friend to leave them with this stranger. I took a few steps forward into the vampire's den, then stopped, not wanting to go any further. Every instinct within me told me to stay close to the balcony, to the sky. I didn't trust this prick. He'd already proven that he was faster and stronger than Rogan and me when he fought us at Jack's place. I didn't want to admit it, but if he wanted to kill us today, he might possibly succeed. The only thing that would save us would be my dragon, and I couldn't shift inside the apartment. It was too small. I needed the balcony, only a few feet away. So I hovered near the broken glass doors, glowering with rage and wishing we were anywhere but here. Explain, I demanded, then crossed my arms over my chest. Sadie sat up straighter in Rogan's lap. Yes. I want to know too. You hadn't gotten to this part during our conversation. Really? What had they been doing for the hour or two since he'd taken her? Vincent perched on the armrest of the massive leather couch and sighed. All right. But get comfortable. It's a long story. First, I've already told Sadie this part, but in short, the fathers asked me to kill Jack Williams. My breath whistled in my throat. And you did? Surely we weren't all standing around with Jack's killer shooting the breeze, when we should be exacting revenge. Vincent shook his head. Oh, no. Of course not. I refused. His gaze slid to Sadie, but he didn't continue. There was something there they weren't telling us. Vincent coughed to clear his throat. But anyway, what I wanted to tell Sadie, and you two also since you're on the trail of his killer, is the information I have on hand. I don't know everything, but what I do know will either make you stop looking, or... Sadie asked. Vincent frowned. Or it will make you even more determined to find out who's responsible. Sadie huffed out a laugh. I can't imagine anything that would stop me from wanting to catch my dad's killer. Vincent sighed. Even if it means putting your own life in danger. She nodded. Of course. And that of your mates? Vincent asked. Sadie didn't jump straight into a yes for that one. Instead, her gaze slid to me, then Rogan, and I could sense her hesitation. I lifted my chin and focused on Vincent. Keep talking, vampire, I said. We're with Sadie on this investigation. To the end. Jack wouldn't have expected anything less, and we weren't letting him or our mate down. Vincent straightened up on the sofa, his face turning hard. 20 years ago, a woman was captured by the blood ring. I assume you know what I mean by that. We all nodded. Yes, I said. We know that vampires have been kidnapping people and draining them for their blood in an underground market. Vincent grimaced. It's a lot worse than that. 20 years ago, anyone with witch blood was hunted down, kidnapped, and forced underground to be. He trailed off, his gaze averting. To be what? Sadie prompted. Well, to start with, they were hooked up to machines and their blood drained slowly over weeks. Sometimes they lasted months if they were strong. I glanced over at Sadie, who was growing paler by the minute. Vincent continued. But as the population of witches dwindled, the blood ring decided on another method of keeping their blood supply replenishing. What? Sadie asked. Draining them slower. He nodded. Yes, that. And? He took a deep breath, as though preparing to tell us something terrible. They began breeding the witches and other women with desirable bloodlines. There was a stunned silence that echoed through the room. They what? What do you mean? Rogan asked. Vincent shuddered. The vampire elders brought in an old warlock they'd found and forced him to impregnate the women so that there was a new and constant supply of blood with a heavy magic content. Sadie's sudden sob was audible to the whole room, though she swallowed and tried to stifle the sound by covering her mouth with her hand. This was becoming strangely personal to Sadie, and I couldn't figure out why. Sadie, is there something I'm missing? She stood up from her place on the couch, her legs seeming to shake as she faced me. She turned toward Vincent. You know, don't you? Vincent nodded. Yes. But how? She demanded of the vampire, but he didn't respond. I didn't like the feeling of being so out of the loop. Again. I walked forward, into the den that I'd promised myself I wouldn't enter. Away from the balcony. What is it, Sadie? She turned to me, lifting her chin to look me in the eye. My mother wasn't human. She was a witch. My mouth dropped open before I slammed it shut again. What do you mean she was a witch? What sort of percentage? We'd been told that almost all witches were gone, extinct due to the vampires hunting them down. But I supposed an 8th or 16th could be possible. 100%. Wait. What? I blinked, sure I hadn't heard correctly. My mother was a pureblood. I gaped at her. Impossible. She laughed, though it was strained. No, not impossible at all. So I'm actually half witch, quarter human, and quarter wolf shifter. I stared at her, then at the vampire, then back at her. But you said that no vampire has even shown interest in your blood, let alone fed off you. I've been wondering about that part myself, Vincent said softly. She nodded, crossing her arms over her breasts. My mother cast a spell that disguised my scent, though I don't know why she didn't do it for herself. I reeled back. Vincent stood up, capturing our attention. I think she did. That's making more sense now. He seemed to be talking to himself. What do you mean, vampire? I asked, frustration growing in my gut. I hated everything about this situation. 1, that the vampire seemed to know more about Sadie than I did. And 2, that we'd had to rescue her from a man who, by all appearances, she didn't want to be rescued from. What the hell was happening today? Well, Vincent began, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I wasn't there, so this is hearsay, and most of the vampires on watch that night died. So again, I'm only reporting what I've been told. I growled. Just spit it out. Sadie's mother was taken from the streets where she'd been shopping, I believe. The vampire who grabbed her said he sensed some witch in her, but not a lot. Back then, any sort of witch blood was considered a find, especially if the woman was young and could be bred with a warlock to increase the population. Sadie jumped to her feet. Are you telling me my mother was raped so they could steal her baby and drain it? I shuddered, the very thought of what she was saying truly repulsive. I'd always thought vampires were harsh, heartless, soulless creatures. But this, the whole concept was horrific. Vincent shook his head. No. I'm saying they completely underestimated her powers. I'm sure they never thought she was a full witch, or she would have been taken to the fathers for feeding. So what happened? Sadie asked. Vincent chuckled, then ran his hand through his hair. Your mom blew the whole place up.
Chapter 8. Sadie. I stared at Vincent, a portion of my brain refusing to believe what it was being told. I gaped at him, but when the other two remained silent, I found that I simply had to ask, say what? Vincent began to pace, as though he was only now putting everything together. Right, okay. 20 years ago, your mother was taken, but no one knew she was a pureblood witch. If they'd known that, God, the elders themselves would have rushed down to taste her. He shook his head incredulously. Instead, she was put in a cell like all of the other women, and within a single night she'd managed to get free, release most of the prisoners and some of their babies. Which really upset the elders, I can tell you. He stopped pacing and smiled suddenly. People always wondered how she managed it. But if she was that strong a witch, of course she managed to free everyone. My heart squeezed tight with a mixture of pride and pain for my mother. Vincent spoke as though he admired her, but I only wanted to know one thing. What happened to her? His gaze turned sympathetic, so I knew whatever I was about to hear would be difficult. They say she managed to get most of the witches out, but when some of them got caught trying to escape, she blew up the tunnels to give everyone a chance to run. I'm sorry to say, Sadie, that she died in the explosion. But it is my understanding she took several vampires with her. My heart stuttered and my legs gave out. I staggered sideways and fell back onto the couch. For a moment there, for just one single sweet moment, I thought she may be alive. Just maybe. Thank you for telling me, I forced out. The men went strangely silent around me, then Vincent slid onto the couch next to me and took my hand in his. I'm sorry, Sadie. I wish I had different news. Sometimes I forget that death for mortal species is, well. I pulled my gaze up to the man beside me and read dark pain behind his gaze. It's not your fault, I managed. I'm sorry, he repeated. I've been a vampire too long. I nodded, understanding what he meant. He'd lost his empathy for the human condition, for the finality of death to us mere mortals. It's okay. I practically choked on the words. It wasn't okay. Not at all. I swallowed hard. So she died saving other witches, and she destroyed some of the enemy too. That was noble of her, wasn't it? My voice sounded wooden and far away. Noble, yes. But she'd still died. And I was devastated by that fact all over again. I think it's time to take you home, Fridge said. He reached for me, tugging me up off the couch and pulling me out of the strange stupor I suddenly found myself in. No, I said, struggling against him, not wanting to leave yet. He dropped his hands away from me, which I appreciated, though his wounded look confirmed he was offended. I don't want to leave, I said. Not unless we bring Vincent with us. The room went deathly quiet, and if I wasn't so shocked, so numb to sensation due to the emotional bombs that had been dropped on me today, I may have felt bad for Rogan and Fridge, who sported matching shocked expressions. But I didn't. I might regret this decision later, but for now I was acting on instinct. Vincent needed to come with us. Why? Because he knows about your mom? Rogan asked quietly. I shook my head. No. How was I going to tell them that Vincent was my soulmate, too? Who on earth in this world was lucky enough to get 3 fated mates? Vincent stepped forward, effectively cutting off anything else I might say. I can help you. If you still want to catch Jack's killer, I can find out who it was. Track him down. Feed you the information you need. We can work together on this, if you let me in. I stepped to the side to include Vincent in the conversation circle. Now there's so much more than finding Dad's killer, I said. The blood ring needs to be shut down. I can't believe it's still running, if they believe all witches are extinct. That's what we were told, Rogan said. That's what they want everyone to believe, Vincent said. And although the bloodlines are diluted, there are still women with magic in their veins being drained for their blood. I've heard one of the vampire fathers boasting of it. I gestured to Vincent's grim expression. See? We can't let it stand. We have to do something. A sudden thought struck, making it even more imperative we close down the ring. Those poor captive women could be related to me. Rogan picked up my hand and squeezed it. You can't go after the blood ring, Sadie. Given your heritage, they'll kill you. Like they did my mom. Well, I can't sit back and knowingly let them keep women trapped in some kind of dungeon as their own personal breeding blood bank. I shuddered just saying the words. What repulsive, disgusting creatures. Cattle were treated better than that. Although, that was probably how the vampires saw humans. As little more than animals that provided a source of food. Then we need more than a plan, Rogan said. We're gonna need a miracle. I shrugged. I didn't care at the moment how impossible destroying the blood ring seemed. I needed to do something. For all I knew, some of my mother's family, my family, could be locked up down there as witch hostages. I'm getting used to miracles at the moment, so I'm up for it, I said, and took a step toward Vincent. What do you mean? Rogan asked, his gaze sliding from me to Vincent, then back again. He could sense there was more to the story, I was sure. And suddenly, I wanted no more secrets or lies between me and my mates. I wasn't going to lie about this. Vincent reached out to me, touching me ever so lightly on the arm. Sadie, I don't think you should. I disagree. I should. I turned to face Rogan, looking him directly in the eye. Vincent is my fated mate as well. I suspected something the night he broke into my dad's apartment, but I knew what it was for sure when he grabbed me tonight. I forced myself to turn and meet Fridge's gaze, trying to harden my heart and my stare when I did. So Fridge, you'll have to decide if you still want me when you have to share me with not one but 2 other men. Fridge's mouth, which had dropped open, snapped shut and his gaze blazed with sudden fire. But he's not a man. He's a vampire. I threw my hands in the air. Well, tell that to fate, or whoever the hell organizes this shit. Because this is it. This is me. This is obviously how we're meant to live. A witch, a wolf, a dragon, and a vampire. And since you're the one who's had issues about our family unit from the start, it's up to you now to choose. Fridge's nostrils flared, and a strange growl rolled up from his throat. There's no choice here. You know that. My heart sank. He didn't want us? To cover my upset, I put my hands on my hips and glared at him. Then leave. If you don't want to stay here, go. I flung my arm out and pointed to the window, my temper flaring as my hurt rose. Fly away and never look back. That's what you want, isn't it? I bit my lip, trying to hold back sudden tears. I will not cry. I will not. Fridge began to shift, his skin changing color to an electric purplish black, as tendrils of smoke began to come out his nostrils. He was becoming a beast right in front of my eyes. Vincent grabbed me and rushed to the back of the room with vampire speed, pushing me behind him. No, I said, shoving at him. I want to talk to him. Fridge's fists were clenched into tight balls, and he wasn't moving. Shivers racked his body. His eyes were closed, and his muscles trembled as he fought against the shifter wanting to take over his body. I walked around Vincent and hurried back over to where Rogan was trying to coax Fridge outside so he had the space to shift properly and fly away. I crossed my arms over my chest. I think he should stay and give me an answer. I spoke more calmly this time, aiming for reason to keep his shifter side from emerging too fast. Fridge? Give us all an answer. Please. Fridge's eyes popped open, revealing irises that had shifted to a diamond shape. He was panting like he'd run a mile, but slowly he began to gain control. His huge body stopped trembling so hard, and his eyes switched back to human. He exhaled sharply, locked gazes with me, and then marched over to where I stood waiting. I craned my neck to maintain eye contact as he came close, then gasped as his hands slid around my hips, grabbed my ass and hauled me against him. Instant heat pooled between my legs. He leaned down and whispered in my ear, "You listen, little lady, and you listen good. I'm not leaving you ever again." I said there was no choice to make, because I've already decided. You're mine. You hear that? Mine. I shivered as his whisper turned sibilant, as his dragon poked his head up one more time. Fridge continued, "Sadie, you're gonna know you're mine. I don't care if there's two others, as long as you choose me too." Oh my God. I moaned with the pleasure his words evoked in me. The intense and hungry way he'd shown me his choice, his commitment, his passion, inflamed my desire. I grabbed his head and pulled his lips to mine, pressing myself against him as though I wanted to join with him as one right this minute. Because I did. I craved that desperately. I wanted him in every way there was. I wanted Fridge to mark me as his. Oh crap. I pulled away, the reminder of everything surrounding us coming back with that single thought. My mother. Those children. The witches. It was all too horrible to even fathom. It made me sick to my stomach and my heart ache. As if he could sense the change in my energy, Fridge immediately let me go, though the still had a bulge in his pants. I'm sorry. I have to. I waved my hand around as I struggled to breathe. Struggled to find words. It's okay, he said, stepping quickly away. I extended my hand to hold him in place, needing to touch him. To reassure him that I wanted him. So much. It's not okay, I said. I've dealt with too much today. All the shit about my mother. The witches. The blood ring. Please don't think I'm rejecting you, Fridge. I'm not. I want you more than ever. I meant every word, especially now that he'd decided he was going to commit to our relationship. Our bond. Finally, he wasn't fighting anymore against the path that fate had chosen for us. I glanced around the room, at Rogan and Vincent, who had remained back while my interaction with Fridge played out. So everyone can cope with this? I indicated our circle in a sweeping arm motion. The four of us being together? The men looked at each other, and I held my breath, waiting to see who would break the tension. Vincent smiled. Well, as long as the shifters don't expect me to do anything for them in bed. A lot of vampires swing both ways, but I haven't had the pleasure. Oh no. 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 Both Fridge and Rogan yelled at once, shaking their heads and backing away. I laughed at the wide grin on Vincent's lips. So the vampire has a sense of humor, I said, pleased. He smiled back. But of course. He winked, then slid his gaze to Fridge. Not that they aren't fine specimens. I just don't usually. I held up a hand. It's all good. I don't know how I'd feel, I stopped mid-sentence. If each of them had to watch me with the others, I certainly should be comfortable with any or all of them being close. Actually, if any of you want to. Fridge groaned. No. I laughed again. It could be hot, you know. Fridge put both hands over his eyes, and Rogan ran a hand through his hair. Okay. I'll stop teasing, I said, but damn, they did look cute when they were feeling awkward. So, everyone's okay with this? I looked at Vincent, who inclined his head with a regal nod. Rogan shrugged. You know we're already mated. I'm never leaving you. No matter what. That only left Fridge to make the final declaration. In front of everyone. And the dragon? I asked, and although he'd already said as much into my ear moments before, my breath still hitched and my stomach still twisted. Fridge clenched his jaw, a muscle popping in his cheek. Then he nodded. Yep, he said firmly. I'm in.
Chapter 9. Fridge. As I stared at my mate, little feisty Sadie, my heart all but expanded to fill my whole chest. Was I still afraid of sharing her? Hell yes. I was terrified about what that would do to me, to my shifter. Would the jealousy consume me? I was also afraid of being tied down, and the sense of impending disaster that came with the knowledge that I had a mate counting on me. A mate who at some time in the future might begrudge the fact that she was forced to be with me. Just like my parents. That festering resentment had destroyed their lives, and it had definitely had a detrimental effect on their children. On me. Sadie was not just any plain old mate either. She was a fated mate, the woman who had been designed for me by fate. The one I'd been created for, destined to love with the intensity of a soul connection. That, in itself, scared the ever-loving shit out of me. But topping all of that was the terror of losing her. I could not live without my mate Sadie in my life. It had been difficult enough when I'd told her I wasn't sure about us. Then I'd had to climb into Jack's car after work and drive home without Sadie or Rogan. With depression swirling in my head and heart, I'd been lucky not to kill myself in traffic. When Rogan had called to say a vampire had snatched her straight out of the hotel suite, I'd shifted so quickly my head had spun like a top. I'd flown immediately to the hotel where Sadie had taken Rogan, had him climb on my back, and we'd flown out in search of our mate. I'd never had anyone ride me before. It had been debasing, and yet somehow also liberating to know I could do it. I'd also never been so scared in all my life, thinking about the atrocious things a vampire could be doing to Sadie while we searched. My heart had pounded at the imagined scenarios that raced through my head. Images of him torturing her, draining her, killing her slowly. I imagined her screaming for me and Rogan, and us not finding her until it was too late. The very idea that the last thing she would remember of me was that I'd rejected her because of some childhood crap about intended mates being a death sentence for joy had all been put into perspective. I had been a dickhead. If I lost Sadie, I would die myself. Why would I want to live in this world without the one person who completed me? That was the moment I'd accepted fated mates as a strange sort of cursed blessing. I needn't look any further. I had the perfect woman. And she had me. And she also had Rogan, and now a vampire. I could deal. Somehow. I had no choice. Because I wanted Sadie in my life. And that meant accepting all of her, including Rogan and Vincent. Hey Fridge, you okay? Sadie asked, pulling me back into my body and reminding me of where we were. I glanced around. Everyone was staring at me. Yeah. All good. Sadie smiled at me and I reached out to her. Come here. Please. She stepped toward me, and instead of pulling her hard against my needy body as I wanted to, I took her hand and led her to the couch to sit down. I was trying to give her space, though a large part of me rebelled at that thought. I wanted her in my lap, as close to me as possible. So, what's the next step then? I asked. I didn't want to hunt the blood ring. Anyone who went after them seemed to die, or simply vanish. There was too much money in providing immortal vampires with the tastes they craved, and too much power behind those same vamps. And now that Sadie had revealed her witch heritage, the danger was magnified 1,000-fold. But with Vincent on our side, was it possible we could stand a chance? Maybe. Sadie grimaced. I need to keep pursuing this. I'm sorry. I know you guys would rather I didn't, but I have to know who ordered this and why. She turned to Vincent. You still haven't told me the motive behind my father's murder. Only that my mother did something pretty incredible 20 years ago. Vincent frowned. They didn't tell me, but my theory is that they believed your father had information on more witches and their locations, because they were definitely looking for something tangible when he was killed. Was that possible? That Jack knew more witches? And they killed him looking for that information? I asked, glancing at Rogan, who seemed just as clueless as me. Because as far we all knew, witches were completely extinct. Rogan nodded. Yep. That's what I thought too. Vincent shrugged. If we're going after the blood ring, that's something we'll have to investigate. What they killed him for, and if they've managed to acquire it or not. Though instinct tells me they haven't found what they were looking for. Yet. Sadie sat up straighter on the couch, her eyes searching as she glanced from one of us to the next. So, you all want to help me solve my father's murder? You do that for me? Hell yes, I said. We told you that from the very first night. Jack had been more of a father to me than my own parent. I owed the man everything, and finding his killer meant almost as much to me as it did for Sadie. Even if that meant taking on the blood ring. Rogan and Vincent both agreed as well, but Sadie continued to look at me and move closer until our bodies were pressed tightly together. The heat from her skin against mine was delicious torture. I reached out and clasped her hand. When our palms met, Sadie gasped as her gaze flew to mine. There was another tingle, a much harder, faster one, moving through me. I needed to bond with my mate. Urgently. But where? How? Can we go back to the hotel? I asked, changing the subject abruptly. Is there room for me? I wasn't sure what she and Rogan had already been up to, and I didn't care. It was my turn to be with Sadie. Her eyes flicked up to meet mine, and she nodded. Definitely. I made sure we had a suite because I was hoping you'd come round. Part of me remembered that the room had seemed large, but I'd been in such a hurry to grab Rogan and go on the hunt for our mate that I hadn't paid the hotel suite much heed. Vincent stood up. May I accompany you? I frowned. I didn't really want the vampire anywhere near us, but that was something I was going to have to get over. Sadie wanted him, and he would be an asset in the battle we were facing. Could I stand by and watch him with Sadie? Only time would tell. But I was damn sure I needed to mate with Sadie first. I couldn't wait much longer. Her gaze flicked over my face as though reading every one of my thoughts. She turned back to Vincent. Could you and Rogan follow in an hour or so? I need some time alone with Fridge. She squeezed my hand, and I struggled to keep the triumphant grin off my face. Do you want to fly? I asked, imagining how it would feel to have Sadie on my back, her thighs clinging vice-like on my back. She laughed nervously. I'd love to, but maybe another day. I nodded. Probably a good idea. I hadn't even thought about the ramifications of someone seeing me flying over the city. Pure dragons were rare as hen's teeth, and the last thing we needed was more people hunting us. Not to mention the laws about shifting in the city. But I could deal with the police. It was the other hunters I worried about. I pulled Sadie into my side. Cab ride it is. Rogan and Vincent studied Sadie, then me. Neither of them looked angry, but simply a little shell-shocked. Maybe none of them had expected me to about turn, tonight. Then Vincent grinned. Want to borrow a shirt, man? You might look a little conspicuous catching a cab like that. I glanced down at my bare chest and the two tight black pants. Might be a good idea. Yeah, Thanks. Vincent disappeared into the bedroom, and I took the time to look down into Sadie's eyes, loving the way she stared back at me. There was hunger and promise in her gaze. When the vampire returned, he threw me a stretchy white shirt that I could already tell would barely fit me. I grimaced as I extricated Sadie from my side and tugged on the shirt. Thanks, but if we're going to spend more time at your place, I really should pack a bag of clothes that fit. Vincent chuckled. You're a lot bigger than I first thought. I wasn't quite sure how to take that. Even though the vampire said he wasn't bisexual, something about his interest in my body told me otherwise. Not that it worried me. Thanks anyway. Sadie rose to her feet, tugging me in the direction of the door. Do we just go down the elevator, Vincent? Vincent nodded and zipped ahead to open the door to the hallway. Yes. I'm only on the 3rd floor, so go down in the elevator and outside you'll find Main Street. We'll meet you at the hotel in an hour or so. He glanced at Rogan, who shrugged. His eyes burned with a hint of jealousy, but also understanding. I can hang here, I suppose. I looked at the window I'd smashed. Should I offer to pay for that? Sorry about the glass. Vincent shrugged and flicked a hand. I'll get it cleaned up. I admire the way you fought for Sadie, Fridge. I have a feeling we're all going to be needed to protect her now that we know who she is and what she is. I pointed a finger at the vampire. Speaking of which, Sadie's blood is... No. I had been about to say off limits, but Vincent cut in. I have no interest in Sadie's blood. At my age, my appetite for blood is minimal, and I survive quite easily from donors. Do not worry about me. The mate bond does not stem from that. I narrowed my eyes. I was still pretty sure the fact that she had the most sought-after blood in the city would tempt him, but for now, I had to trust that his mating attraction to Sadie would overwhelm that primal urge. All right, I said, impatience rising in me. We'll see you both later. Sadie and I barely spoke on our way back to the hotel, but it was a pleasant quiet. A bonding time. Just being in her presence put me at ease, and I couldn't believe I had nearly given up this woman. Never again. Tonight, I would finally commit myself to her for life. My fated mate.
Sadie. My hands shook as I requested an extra key from the front desk, since I didn't have one on me when we re-entered the hotel complex. I was nervous and surprised at how much my body quivered. As we rode up in the elevator and walked the few feet to the suite, my heart pounded against my ribcage. Nervousness skittered through my body like firecrackers. Every move Fridge made, every sound was so delicious. And nerve-wracking. I wanted him desperately. I had done since I'd first seen him in my father's apartment, half naked and getting ready to sleep on the couch. I glanced up at his gorgeous face, and when he grinned at me, heat flooded my cheeks. Damn, I want to get my hands on hot body. I slid the card into the electronic mechanism, and the door clicked open. Fridge swung me up into his arms, and I couldn't help the squeal that rose from the surprise of being lifted off my feet so easily. He kicked the door open and carried me over the threshold like it was our wedding night. It was similar to when Rogan had carried me in, but there was something different with how Fridge held me high against his chest. Proud. Possessive. I clung to his neck and smiled up into his serious, handsome face. Every cell in my body pulsed with how much I needed him. He set me down on my feet, closed the door, then turned to me with heat blazing in his eyes. I jumped at him, not wanting to let the furnace die down for even a moment. He caught me, grabbed me around the waist, and hauled me up so that I could wrap my legs around his body. His hands gripped my ass as his lips captured mine in a fierce kiss that consumed me. I wanted him as close as I could possibly get him. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I gave myself completely to the kiss. I closed my eyes and pressed my lips against his. Heat poured through me, igniting me from the inside out. His eyes flickered with the yellow diamond of his shifter as he voiced a reptilian hiss. Take those off. Slowly. He stood there watching me, his chest heaving as he panted for breath. Seemed like he did like lace. I'd managed to get his shirt off with my frantic fumbling, but his pants were still in place. "You too," I said, pointing at his legs. "Take those pants off. Quickly." He grinned at my demanding tone, and as I stared at him with my mouth watering, he grabbed the waistband of his black sweatpants and dropped them to the floor. Standing upright once more, he presented for me. His body was hard and huge, and so amazingly fit. But damn, it was beautiful. He growled at me. "Your turn, Sadie." I almost laughed at the roughness of his tone. Had he changed his mind about me doing it slowly? I hadn't. Fridge pointed to my panties and growled that strange hissing sound. "Off?" I nodded, shivering as I grabbed the edges of the waistband and bent to slide them down my legs, taking my time to step out of them one leg at a time, and then slowly standing up again. But Fridge was no longer standing in front of me. He'd moved fast, almost silent, while I was bent, and he now stood behind me, radiating heat and with the scent of his desire rising up to engulf me.
Chapter 10. Fridge. Controlling my dragon shifter was getting harder by the second. He was rising up inside me with the ferocity of a tornado, restless to claim his mate. Our mate. I grabbed her by her rounded hips, loving the feel of her naked flesh beneath my fingers. Finally, no more clothing or any other kind of barrier between us. "Damn, you're hot," I hissed, though whether she could understand me with my sibilant shifter voice in play, I didn't know. Sadie shivered as she turned her head to look at me over her shoulder, and I pulled her hard against my body. She didn't try to stand up fully or turn around to kiss me. Perhaps she wanted me in the same way I wanted her. Hard and fast and frantic. An hour later, we were woken by a knocking at the door. "Shit. I think that's the other two," Sadie said, popping her head up from beneath the covers and looking toward the door. Her eyebrows were high and her mouth had dropped open. Then she giggled and covered her mouth with a hand. "Oops." I laughed and climbed out of bed. "I'll get it." "Like that?" she asked. I shrugged and sauntered to the door, proud as a peacock. I'm pretty sure these two need to get used to seeing my naked ass. If we had to live together forever, they definitely needed to get used to me. I glanced through the peephole, and after confirming it was Rogan and Vincent on the other side, I threw open the door. "Come in." As they entered and the door fell shut, I sauntered back through the living space and into the bedroom. Sadie had disappeared. "Just having a quick shower," she called out from the ensuite bathroom. I frowned in her direction. Was she trying to wash off my scent? That wasn't going to work. A wolf shifter and a vampire would be able to smell me from 100 feet away. I turned around to Vincent and Rogan, who stood apart from each other, just inside the bedroom doorway, arms crossed over their chests. They glanced up and down and to the side. Basically, they looked anywhere except at me. Rolling my eyes at their bashfulness, I grabbed the sheet from the bed and wrapped it around my waist. "I really need to get some clothes." Rogan chuckled. "Yeah, you were supposed to bring me some from home too." I nodded. I was, but when the call came in that Sadie was in trouble, I'd shifted and flown out the window so fast I hadn't thought of anything but saving her. Vincent piped up. "I could go get some things for you both." I turned to him, surprised by the offer. "Well, I did leave everything out on the sofa, but you know where we live." He nodded. "Yes. If you give me a key, I'll return in a few moments. Vampire speed, you know." He shot us a quick grin. "Then you can get some sleep. Assuming that's the plan for tonight." His gaze slid to the bathroom door and he froze. I turned to see what he was looking at. Sadie, otherwise known as my fated mate, was standing in the doorway with only a small towel wrapped around her gorgeous body. A cloud of steam surrounded her. As she walked forward, it was like watching a nymph emerge from a forest. I couldn't stop staring. My gaze moved over the curve of her breasts, only just covered by the towel, and down her long legs. She bit her lip and looked at Vincent. "I probably need to get some sleep soon," she said. "It's past midnight, I think." Glancing at the clock in the room, I realized she was correct. Leaving to go get clothes now wasn't an option. I couldn't leave my mate. Everything in me told me to stay with her. I forced myself to look back at Vincent. Okay. Well, thanks. That would be great. Rogan took his keys out of his jeans pocket and tossed them to Vincent. You sure you're all right to find everything? Vincent nodded. Yes. I won't be long. The inference a minute ago that he possessed extraordinary quickness suddenly sunk in. I hadn't yet seen him move with vampire speed, but Rogan had told me that he was pretty powerful. That could definitely be an advantage to have him on our side. Thank you. I stretched my back, audible pops and cracks releasing a whole lot of tension. I could probably use some sleep too. Vincent nodded in that strange formal way he had and left the room. Rogan looked at me with one eyebrow raised. You gonna shower or? I grinned at him. Why? Do I smell like Sadie? Yes. And unless you want me taking Sadie as well tonight, I suggest you go wash her scent off you. It's getting my wolf all rowdy. Sadie held her towel tightly to her breasts. I'd love to, but... Rogan laughed. I was joking. I know you're tired. But Fridge, go get cleaned up. I pulled my mate into me for a kiss, then walked past her. Yeah. I made my way into the huge shower and turned on the hot water, scrubbing myself quickly so I could get back to my mate as soon as possible. When I returned to the room, Sadie had changed into a bathrobe, and I assumed she wore nothing underneath. She was sitting on the bed chatting with Rogan, the atmosphere in the room relaxed and happy. Sadie turned to me, and her face lit up in the same way I'd seen her look at Rogan in the last few days. That expression called to me, and I couldn't stop myself from walking over to the bed and sitting down beside her. No regrets? I asked, hoping she would know what I meant. She shook her head. About mating with you? Hardly. I ran my hand over her thigh, moving beneath the robe to find the heat of her skin. So you can feel the change too. Because I certainly could. For the first time in my life, I felt settled. My dragon lay slumbering inside my mind. There was no urgent desire to run, to fight, to chase, to fly. Those were the feelings I had lived with on a daily basis for as long as I could remember. A need to escape my world. But not now that I had Sadie. A reason to stay anchored to the earth. A reason to live. The thought made me flinch. I was happy now, but what would happen in 5 years? In 10? In 20? Would Sadie come to despise Rogan and me? And as her? She would be unable to part from us due to the mating that we had all agreed to this day. Yes, I can feel it, she said, smiling. There's such a strange duality to it. To feel so happy, so complete because of you two. But then knowing I should be upset and enraged because of what has happened to my parents. Oh, speaking of which, the coroner this morning basically did everything to avoid talking to me. So, you didn't get anything out of him? I asked. She shook her head, then lifted her hand to cover her mouth while she yawned. No. And part of me realized that if I pushed harder, it would come back to bite me in the ass. So I decided not to push. It was time to walk away and fight another day. She smiled softly, her eyes half closing. I think it's time for bed, Rogan said. Up you get so I can arrange the blankets. I grabbed my mate and pulled her off the mattress, holding her in my arms and kissing the top of her head. She leaned into me, putting her trust and her weight in my hands. I'm so glad you decided you wanted to be a part of this relationship, Fridge. I don't know what I would have done if you'd walked away. I glanced up at Rogan, who stared at me intensely. Had she really been that worried? I tilted her chin up so that she was looking at me. You had Rogan. You would have been fine. Her eyes shimmered and she blinked. You don't understand. I need both of you to feel complete. I wish it wasn't like that. But it is. I'm sorry. She tried to drop her head and look away from my gaze, but this was too important to ignore. What do you mean? I asked, narrowing my eyes. You wish it was only you and Rogan? Surely she couldn't mean that. Not after what had happened tonight between us. She laughed softly. No, of course not. I just wish you felt like you had more of a choice in this. Surely you understand that. You speak of our relationship, like, I don't know. Like you have to be with me, but you wouldn't choose it. Grabbing her up in a fierce hug, I held her tiny body against mine and closed my eyes. I didn't want her to ever feel like I didn't want to be with her. That was just so wrong. I kissed her hair and spoke into her ear. Sadie, I adore you. I want to be with you. Nothing will ever tear me away from you. Then why? She started to ask, then stopped. I sighed and kissed her hair again. Because I want to be all you need and want, and my stupid ego is going to have to get out of the way and realize that you need more than just me. I'm learning, beautiful. And I'll get there. I promise. You're worth it. She pulled back and stared at me, but didn't say anything for a minute. Then she cupped my cheek, and the look in her eyes said she was pleased with what I'd said. I'd only spoken the truth. She did more than me, and it was up to me to work on my own feelings of inadequacy and jealousy. After all, envy was one of the 7 deadly sins.
Chapter 11. Vincent. I bolted through the city, running through the shadows and streets, hiding from the people who wanted me dead. When I'd refused to kill Sadie's father, as far as the fathers were concerned, that made me a traitor. I had betrayed my blood family, the ones who turned me centuries ago. They proclaimed me an outcast. Unfortunately, that meant anyone was welcome to take me out. I had no regret for my choice, of course. Not for a moment. For years I'd ignored the blood ring, not wanting to think about my brethren who treated humans in such a terrible way. But once I'd seen Sadie that fateful night, everything had changed. I'd been desiring my mate, craving my mate, for so long. To finally find her was a gift, even if she was a mix of creatures, both human and not. Adding further complication was the fact I would have to share her with 2 others. None of those factors mattered though, because she was the right one for me. I had complete faith in our bond. I managed to get through the city without being accosted, and located the apartment Fridge and Rogan shared. They didn't ask how I knew where they lived, and I was kind of glad. I didn't want to admit to the level of research I'd done on them when I'd found out their link to my mate. The whole place smelled like Sadie, which made my fangs descend and my groin tighten with desire. When she'd walked out of that bathroom earlier, it had taken every ounce of my control not to race across the room and lift her into my arms. Damn, I want her. But tonight had not been the right time for Sadie and me. Tonight had been for Fridge, and I would need to wait for the moment she was ready for me. After all, I could turn her in a few years if she so chose, and we could live together forever. If she wanted. And those shifters too. Maybe. I shook my head. We had to get through the next day, the next week. I shouldn't be worrying about the forever, immortal life. No, just yet, anyway. Especially not now that I knew Sadie was part witch. I shuddered. Damn, it was going to be an enormous problem if any other vampires found out about her. Fridge, Rogan and I would have a full-time job simply keeping her alive, let alone away from the blood ring. The daughter of a full witch. It was just unheard of in this day and age. I grabbed the clothes that the dragon shifter had laid out on the couch, and stuffed them into 2 bags lying nearby. I had to assume they were to be taken as well, since they were all clustered together. Then I made my way back to the hotel room where my new family had taken up residence, and knocked on the door. Rogan opened it, his eyebrows fluttering up. Damn, you are fast. Shrugging, I walked inside the room. I told you I'd be back as soon as possible. I wasn't being boastful. I was fast, even for a vampire. Sadie jumped up and headed for the bags and clothes I laid on the bed. Thank you so much for getting these, Vincent. She took one of the bags, so I guessed it must be hers, and moved across the room, opening the zipper and taking out a pair of underwear and a tank top. She pushed the bathrobe off her shoulders and it dropped to the carpet. My fangs elongated and dug into my bottom lip. Damn. Her ass was luscious and round and firm. Her legs were long and strong, and her back was beautiful. I wanted to run my hands down the indent of her spine, press my lips to her neck and explore every nook and crevice of her beautiful body. The dragon cleared his throat and broke the spell. I glanced around, seeing the other two men staring at Sadie in the same way I had. With lust. But more than that, with adoration. When I looked back at her, she'd pulled on her panties, and soon the tank covered most of her top half. She turned around and her face was flushed, as though she knew we'd all been staring at her. "Do you need to sleep, Vincent?" she asked, her tone curious and completely naive. I smiled. "You don't know much about vampires, then?" She shook her head. "No, my father didn't like them much." The dragon snorted. "Much? That's an understatement." I tried not to be offended by the slight. I hadn't known Sadie's father, and he had never met me. "I can imagine," I said. "There aren't a lot of shifters who like vampires." "Can you blame us?" Fridge asked, puffing up like I'd offended him. I narrowed my gaze. "I believe you were casting aspersions on my species. I wasn't insulting yours." Fridge crossed his arms over his massive chest. He'd managed to pull on some sweatpants while I'd been ogling Sadie, but he was still a very impressive-looking man. "You didn't answer the question," Fridge pointed out. "Do you blame us for feeling that way?" That way hadn't been clearly defined, but I ignored that part of the question. I took a breath, trying to remove myself from the equation. He didn't know me. "No, I don't," I said, shaking my head. "The vampires in this city have done terrible things to shifters and humans. But that's not me. I don't attack shifters. I don't bite humans unless they beg me to. I have kept as much of my humanity as possible, considering the long years I have spent waiting to find my soulmate." Surprise rippled across Fridge's expression, and his arms relaxed. The dragon didn't say anything else, but the cogs turning inside his mind were obvious. Fridge and I were going to have some issues, that was clear. As clear as the scars from vampire bites that I could see on his skin. He'd been attacked, and more than once from the looks of things. "As a bounty hunter, I'm sure you've fought every species known to man," I told him. He nodded sharply. "I have. So please don't judge me too harshly, Dragon Shifter." Sadie stepped up next to me and slid her hand in mine, capturing my attention. "You didn't answer my question," she reminded me. "Which was?" "Oh yes. No, I don't sleep." Her eyes widened. "You never rest." "Well, how much to tell them? It could put them all in danger. We don't usually tell people this, of course, but—" My gaze slid to the wolf and dragon shifter who both stood in the room, staring at me. "Go on," Sadie urged. "You can trust Rogan and Fridge. They're part of our family now." She said it with such an endearing, worried smile that I found myself relaxing. I suppose so. And they were. I'd committed to Sadie, and so had they. And that meant we would all be together until the end. I took a deep breath and swallowed hard, preparing to expose vampire secrets that were centuries old. "Well, it's the day walking." "Yes?" she asked, while Rogan and Fridge found a place to sit and listen as though I was giving a lecture. "What about it?" "It takes a lot out of us to day walk." "What do you mean?" Sadie asked with a frown. I exhaled against the pain in my chest, fighting the panic that set in. A shallow laugh huffed from my chest. "I have to tell you all that there are rules within the vampire population about not exposing these truths to anyone outside our world. Punishable by death." "Well, we won't say anything," Sadie said. Rogan shook his head. "No way." Fridge nodded. "I won't say anything. Swear." Somehow, I believed them. I had to. There was no way I could be with my fated mate if I could not trust the others in the relationship as well. We had to be in this together. Hopefully, they were in agreement. It was up to me to put the trust out there, to expose a vulnerability. Okay. Well, most of the humans and shifters have been told that we have mastered the art of daywalking. And since we don't need to sleep and live forever, it makes us seem invincible in so many ways. Fridge rolled his eyes. Yep. Sadie nodded. Well, the vampires pretty much own everything in the city. Every business. Every restaurant, or the majority anyway. Well. I took a deep breath. We have a weakness. A big one. Day walking consumes a vast amount of energy. So those who work a normal job and spend most of the time in the sun need to sleep at night. They become weak, human-like. Fridge got to his feet. So you're telling me that those vamps who try to live a human life end up having human weaknesses? I nodded. Yes. And there's nothing we can do to change it. I avoid day walking as much as possible, so that I don't need to sleep through the night. It also kept my speed intact, and made me stronger than most other vampires. Many of them sacrificed a lot of paranormal advantages to spend time in the sun. Sadie stared at me. So if you lived with us and formed the same habits as us, you would need to rest, to sleep through the night. You could be almost human? The thought hadn't occurred to me before. I suppose so, yes. Well, you may need to be out with us during the day occasionally, so it's nice to know that I'd get to sleep next to you as well during the night. Sadie yawned loudly and I glanced at the time. Almost 1 a.m. Speaking of which, she said as she staggered toward the bed. I really need to get some sleep. Especially if we're going to work in the morning. Looks like a late start is in the cards for tomorrow, Rogan said. I'll set an alarm for 8 and we'll just roll out of bed and walk to work. No need, I told him as he started playing with his cell phone, likely to set an alarm. I'll be here and awake. I'll wake you. Rogan tugged off his shirt, revealing a well-built chest. Thanks, but an alarm is fine. Sadie crawled into the middle of the massive bed and slid beneath the sheets. You're not going to just stand there and watch us sleep, are you, Vincent? She seemed disturbed by the idea, so I made up my mind to run an errand I'd been indecisive about. No. I need to see someone, actually. Who? Sadie asked as she settled against the pillows, and her two fated mates got into the bed on either side of her. It was an erotic thing to watch as they nestled close, two sets of possessive hands moving over her from either side of the mattress. Shadow. Sadie's eyes popped open. My cousin. You're what? Her hand covered her mouth. I don't think I was meant to tell anyone about that. Oh, that makes sense now. I nodded to myself. Shadow's been asking a lot of questions about the blood ring. Your dad. I hadn't put it all together yet, and he's very good at staying off the radar. Please don't tell anyone, Sadie said, then bit her lip. I waved my hand through the air. Your secret is safe. Don't worry. Sadie nodded and settled back against the pillows, her eyes closing. Well, make sure you take a key card to get back in, and let us know in the morning what he said. I nodded. Sure thing. I backed away from the large bed, feeling strangely excluded from the group as the other three began to fall asleep, nestled in their cocoon of warmth and human flesh. With their mate. My mate. Was that what I needed to feel close to Sadie? Would I need to adopt a more human existence? To stay up during the day and sleep all night? If I were honest, I didn't want that. The cost was too high. It would feel unnatural and make me weak. But if I didn't, was I destined to always be on the outside, looking in as Rogan and Fridge lay with my mate? See you all in the morning, I called out as I exited the room, hoping I didn't sound as envious as I was. Despite the fact that Sadie felt our connection, it was obvious I was going to have to wait for her to want to mate with me as well as the other two. For now, I had a plan. A date. I headed out into the dark with a smile on my face. This was my playground when night was at its darkest. I'd agreed to meet Shadow at an underground bar, though at the time I had been unsure of that decision. The underground was full of vampires, and it was still unknown if anyone was pursuing me. But things had changed. I had a real reason to meet Shadow now. I would give him the information he wanted, and ascertain if he needed it for himself or for Sadie. If he was digging for dirt on Sadie's behalf, then my main objective was to let him know that we were now on the same team. Because if we weren't, things could get ugly. Chapter 12. Vincent. The place in which Shadow had suggested we meet was underground, quite literally. A meeting place for all paranormals, shifters and lowlives. One had to enter a sewer, go down another level, then come up under a prolific law firm that employed some of the oldest and most powerful vampires in the city. It was where you went if you didn't want anyone to know your business. I snuck into the bar and kept my head down. No one wanted me killed, technically. Not that I knew of, anyway. But I had no vampire family anymore, no protection should anyone decide to take me out. The place was almost empty, Wednesday nights being slow. It was smoky and dark, and lit with only a few old candelabras. A nod to the old world. An era before electricity. Several lifetimes ago for most humans, but a time most of us vampires had lived through. I ordered a B positive, and headed for a booth in the back. My drink was delivered in a shot glass, and just as the hot little vampire waitress backed away, Shadow snuck into the booth, sliding onto the seat almost silently. I wasn't sure you'd come, Vincent. Neither was I, but here I am. Nodding at him, I lifted my glass and inhaled the aroma of the deep red liquid. Fresh. Female. Maybe 30 years old. Very nice. My fangs descended and part of me paused, relishing the moment. I wanted to drink the blood slowly. Truly enjoy the warmth and taste. But I also didn't want to wallow in my vampire instincts. Not in this company, especially. Shadow was sitting there with his odd eyes staring at me, watching me, assessing me. Same as he did to everyone. So I tipped back the sustenance that kept me alive and swallowed hastily. Slamming the glass back down on the table, I forbade myself from ordering any more, even though the craving was strong. That one shot was enough blood for a week or so. I was getting good at surviving on less and less. So, Shadow, how can I help you? I asked. No one knew much about his lineage, but it was clear he was a real mix of breeds. Obviously, being Sadie's cousin, he had some warlock in him, but I wouldn't have known that before Sadie had let the fact slip. Shadow walked with a limp, and in the past I'd been certain I saw a magical purple swirl in his dark eyes. Not that I could say anything about that. Hinting that he was even part warlock would be a death sentence for the man. He certainly didn't smell of anything good. Quite the opposite, in fact. There was a shifter in the mix that was very unpleasant to my vampire nostrils. A rodent, or perhaps a reptile. I couldn't tell. He was Sadie's cousin, though. That meant he wielded at least some level of magic. Word is that you're on the outs with many of the high-end vamps, Vincent, Shadow said, lifting one eyebrow. I couldn't help but laugh. You don't beat around the bush, do you? Shadow inhaled sharply, his eyes going wide and round. Why do I sense a dragon shifter on you? Anything else you smell? I teased, leaning forward before dropping my voice to a whisper, though there was no one close by to hear. Your cousin, perhaps? Shadow's mouth dropped open. No way. I laughed, finding the casual words tumbling out of the powerful shifter's mouth quite funny. Shadow maintained a strong position in the underground world. He was mysterious. He was untouchable. But I was now seeing a totally different side to him. I had shocked him. And I liked that. He leaned forward, all pretense of power games gone. You can't be, he said, inhaling even deeper. I can't smell her on you yet, but she can't possibly have 3 fated mates, surely. That would be extremely rare. I chuckled, but squashed the sound when the waitress looked my way with interest. It is rare. I would have said that it is closer to impossible, but yes, Sadie is my soulmate. But she already has Rogan and Fridge, Shadow said, as if more for his own benefit than mine. Yeah, I've met them, I said, enjoying his turmoil a little too much. Sadie sends her regards. So tell me, why did you contact me? I'd received the message sometime yesterday that Shadow was looking for me. That would usually mean someone powerful wanted me. But when he'd suggested this bar, I had reconsidered my conclusion. He'd needed something different from the norm. Something more unobtrusive. Shadow sat back in his chair, calmer and more composed now. For Sadie. She's investigating her father's death, and we know it was a vampire. And I know that you're currently on the outs with the fathers. You were hoping I could provide some information for her? I said, filling in the blanks. Shadow nodded. I shrugged. Sorry to disappoint, but I've already told Sadie everything I know. And not that you asked, but I'm on the outs because I refused to kill Jack Williams when they asked me to. Shadow's eyes flashed that strange purple at the mention of the man that I assumed was his uncle. At least through marriage. Shadow stood suddenly, his strange sloped shoulders catching my gaze. Then I'll be going, he said. Thanks for meeting me, Vincent. He turned to leave and I got to my feet. I'll walk you out. I did, though I could tell the shifter was uncomfortable by the way he kept his body rigid and remained a decent distance away from me. But even so, he didn't try to put further distance between us as we entered the sewers. We walked back through the sludgy pipe together and up to the road. It was pitch dark, and yet I could hear the movement of night vamps trawling the city. What else did you tell Sadie? Shadow asked, his gaze shooting left and right as he continued to watch his back. I told her a little more about her mother's death that she didn't know, I admitted. Shadow nodded slowly. So you know. About her bloodline? Yes. And it makes her mother's escape from the underground so much easier to understand. Shadow continued to nod, though I couldn't tell if that piece of information was new to him or not. Do you know where they keep them? Shadow asked cryptically. I stared at him for a minute. No. I've never had any interest in the blood ring, I admitted. I thought most of it was shut down. Shadow shook his head. No. They simply move. The demand is too high, and unfortunately, Sadie's mother's display of power put the vampires on a mission to find more like her. I sighed. That sounded accurate. So why haven't they gone after Sadie then? He shrugged. I honestly can't answer that. She doesn't smell appealing to a vampire, I've heard. He looked at me for clarification. I nodded. That's true. Not for blood purposes anyway. I thought about teasing him a little and saying, just like you. But the guy was wound quite tight, so in the end I kept my mouth shut. Shadow stretched his shoulders, a strangely pained grimace moving through his features. They discovered what her mother was, so I have to assume there's another reason they've left her alone. Let us hope that it doesn't come back to bite her in the ass now. I clenched my jaw. We'll be ready if they do. Shadow turned to walk away. I grabbed for him. Hey. He evaded my touch so quickly I barely saw him move. Yes. Shadow asked, pulling his features into a semblance of calm. I frowned, but decided not to ask why he'd reacted in such a way. Instead I asked, what are you going to do next? He began backing away, his gaze going to my right, where there were some noises in the night. She's going to want to find them. I need to know where they're being kept. That'll be dangerous, I said. For all of us. Shadow shrugged. She won't stop until she gets closure on this, so you're either with us or against us. He turned and bolted before I could yell out, I'm with you. With Sadie as my mate, I would follow her into the depths of hell. Or in this case, into the depths of the blood ring, and back again. Hey Vincent. Long time no see. The familiar female voice had me turning toward the alley to my right. Celeste, an old donor of mine, staggered out onto the road, the single streetlight casting a soft light over her emaciated body. I cringed. I hated seeing what happened to those humans who became addicted to a vampire's bite. It was very similar to any other drug. When used occasionally, a vampire drinking from a vein could be pleasurable, but when abused, the body wasted away while the occupant sought out more and more. Celeste? What are you doing here? I asked, taking in the threadbare clothes and fresh feeding marks on her neck. Who were you with? Two vampires slunk out behind her and stepped into the light, wiping at their mouths in dramatic fashion. I frowned. Stephen and Tank. Two bottom feeders. Well, Stephen said as he walked toward me with a smirk on his face. I heard you were still around, though I don't know why. Isn't it time you moved on? He asked as they both began to circle me. My muscles trembled as I readied to fight or possibly flee. I could take these guys on, of course. They were barely 50 years old and currently drunk on blood. I was faster, stronger, and had a much clearer head. But dead vampires raised too many questions from the fathers, so I decided to try to talk my way out of this, or run. But if they threw the first punch? Move on. I repeated. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. But you have no family. No friends. It would really be better for everyone if you just found somewhere else to live, Stephen said, moving behind me. The hairs on my neck prickled. I twisted around just in time to duck the fist swinging at me. I didn't hesitate. I shifted on the balls of my feet and swung an uppercut hard and fast at Stephen's jaw. The loud crack sounded in the quiet of the night. Celeste screamed as the vampire flew backwards, landing like a pile of excrement on the sidewalk. I turned to take on Tank. His fangs were exposed and he lunged for me, grabbing at my arm, his mouth wide. That was a low blow, and a suicidal one at that. One vampire biting another would be poison for both. Instead of twisting his head off like he deserved, I jumped behind him, wrapped my arm around his neck and squeezed. Who hired you? I demanded. No self-respecting vampire would try to die that way. There were much better ways. Who? The father. Samuel, Tank wheezed between breaths. Samuel? What the hell? Samuel was an ancient and powerful vampire. I was surprised I would even be on his radar, despite my perceived crime. What does Samuel want with me? I asked, keeping an eye on Celeste, where she was staggering over to Stephen, who lay comatose on the sidewalk. Tank tried to pull at my arms, twisting in an attempt to escape my grasp. I tightened my arm until I heard a vertebra in his neck make a soft pop. I can kill you, you know. I breathed into Tank's ear. Okay, Tank said. I can't speak like this. I eased up a little with my arm. Talk. Now. You have 3 seconds. He didn't tell me exactly, but it has something to do with a girl. Some chick you're hanging around. A bounty hunter. My breath caught in my throat, my chest tightening. Bollocks. They know about Sadie. Stephen was starting to stir. Celeste had propped his head up in her lap where she sat next to him, and was stroking his hair. My time was up. I needed to go. What do you know about the blood ring? Where do they keep the girls they drain? I asked Tank. He huffed out a strange laugh. You think they'd tell me that? I think you have a vague idea where they might be, I bluffed. I wasn't sure if he did or not. I squeezed tightly, waited, then let him go and pushed him forward. He stumbled a few steps before finding his balance and turning to face me. I began to back away, ready to make a run for it. Tank called out, "You know what? I will tell you what I know, because if you go after them, you'll be dead faster than the sun can rise." Stopping, I stared at him. "Tell me. I dare you." "I don't know for sure," he began. "Of course you don't. You're a bottom feeder." "Yes. But there's a section of the underground, under the morgue. We can't go down there. The sewers are blocked off. I'm sure you'd find something if you went looking there." Stephen staggered to his feet and wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, his gaze narrowed on me. I wasn't in the mood to kill either of them. I had a lead, and needed to get home and share it with my new family. Saluting the two vampires and ignoring the glare from Celeste, I took off at my greatest speed to make sure no one would catch me.
Chapter 13. Rogan. My alarm blared with an unpleasant sound, and vibrations shot me straight out of the warm dream I was in. Shit. I rolled away from Sadie's soft, sweet body and grabbed my phone from the bedside table, poking at the screen to stop the noise. I groaned, rolling onto my back and stretching my arms above my head as my temples pounded with a headache. I needed more sleep and some water. Maybe some Advil. "Told you an alarm was the wrong way to go," came a male voice from the other side of the room. I sat bolt upright. Vincent stood in the doorway beside a room service cart that held several serving plates. He indicated to the food. "I didn't know what you all liked, so I ordered some of everything." He lifted the silver plate warmers, and the smell of bacon and eggs and coffee wafted toward me. There were groans beside me as Sadie and Fridge stretched and sat up. "Do I smell coffee?" Sadie asked, a smile breaking over her face. "Yes." "How do you take it?" Vincent asked. Sadie threw back the covers and crawled across the mattress between us toward the food. I glanced over at Fridge, and he had the same confused, annoyed expression on his face as I was sure was still on mine. "So that's how it was, huh? Abandoned for caffeine." "Rogan?" Vincent asked, offering me a mug of coffee. "Damn it," I said, throwing my legs off the mattress and heading to the headache salvation. "Thanks." I took the mug from him and added a dash of cream from a little pot that sat on the silver trolley. "What happened last night?" Sadie asked, shoving a croissant in her mouth. She chewed and swallowed before adding, "Did you see Shadow?" Fridge ambled up like a big bear, grabbed one of the plates, and piled on some of the delicious-smelling bacon and eggs. Vincent stepped away to give us room, not eating anything. I'd never asked, but from what I'd gleaned over the years, I was pretty sure human food was deadly to a vampire. Well, I found out that Shadow had asked to speak to me because he thought I'd be able to tell him where the blood ring operates from and where the girls are kept. I stared at him, surprised. Why is he looking for them? Because he believes Sadie wants to know. So he's finding them for her, Vincent replied. Sadie frowned. I didn't ask him to do that. I glanced at Sadie with a grin. That's impressive. He reads minds too. My attention turned back to Vincent, the vampire. Sadie's third mate. My head still hadn't wrapped around that part. Leaning forward, I sniffed him. Why do I smell something weird on you then? Is that blood? I blinked at him. Had he been out feeding? I suppose I couldn't blame him. He needed sustenance from somewhere, and so long as he didn't get it from Sadie, I shouldn't complain. Vincent lifted his arm and sniffed, and that's when the bloodstains on his shirt got my attention. His gaze followed my pointed look, and he shrugged. I had a run-in with some other vampires, he said. Got one in a headlock, and he'd been feeding on a donor before that. He dropped his arm, not seeming fazed by the blood smears. What would it take to rattle a vampire? Hey, how old are you? I asked. Vincent rolled his eyes. Why do humans always want to know that? Now I was human. I ignored his question. 100. His way of speaking, his choice of clothes, all indicated he wasn't born in this century. Maybe not even the one before. Closer to 300, he said. Whoa. I slid my gaze over to Sadie. Was she okay with that? She ignored me and turned to Vincent. Did you find out anything else? Yes. But I probably should do some research before revealing everything. Find out if the tip is valid. I grinned and glanced over at Fridge. He was going to try and keep something from Sadie, from us. Hey! I began, but Sadie jumped in. If you know something about the blood ring, Vincent, you need to tell us. You're not alone. You have us. We're a team. And you know if you don't tell me, I'll just go looking for things in the wrong places. She trailed off and I couldn't help rolling my eyes. Did she seriously think that was going to scare a 300-year-old vamp? But when I glanced back at Vincent, he seemed rattled. Sadie, Vincent began, you need to be careful. You're too precious to all of us, and despite your unappealing blood aroma, if any vampire were to actually bite you and find out what you are. He shuddered. You wouldn't escape death. And I couldn't live with myself if that happened. My gaze flicked to Fridge, who was watching the interaction between Vincent and Sadie with as much interest as me. They didn't touch each other, and from what I'd gathered, nothing physical had happened between them. But there was a connection, that was for sure. Sadie gazed at him with longing, and the way he looked at her, well, my wolf didn't like it. Vincent looked like he wanted to tuck Sadie up in his arms, rush off somewhere and hide her. It was a hard thing to watch, and yet I wanted Sadie to be happy. To have what her heart longed for. The struggle inside me was intense. Sadie set down her empty cup of coffee on the room service cart. Do you know where the women are being kept? I wasn't sure if Sadie was most concerned about the women being tapped for their blood, or for the babies bred for their witch heritage. Both were equally evil as far as I was concerned. Vincent took a deep breath, not looking away from Sadie's intense face. I have a lead. What is it? I asked, grabbing for some buttered toast. Is it reliable? Vincent finally looked away from Sadie and directed his attention at me. That's debatable. Which is why I'd rather look into it myself. No, Sadie said. They'll kill you without a second thought. Vincent smiled slowly. I'm not that easy to kill, Sadie. Fridge finally interjected, groaning. Just tell us, and we'll decide if we want to step in or not. I nodded. Yeah. Out with it. Vincent sighed. You guys know that the sewers are used for many of the paranormals, mostly vamps, I know, as an underground village of sorts. I nodded. Yeah. I've heard there are houses down there. Dens, bars, everything. I hadn't actually ventured down there, but that's what I'd been told. Most shifters wouldn't venture into the sewers, especially not wolves or dragons like Fridge and me. We liked the open air too much. Being able to see the sky and feel the breeze on our faces. Fridge shuddered. I couldn't think of anything worse. Neither could I, but I kept that to myself rather than openly insulting the vampire in the room. Vincent went on like he hadn't heard Fridge. Well, the rumors are mostly true. Not many vampires live down there, but there are establishments to frequent. I met Shadow at a bar down there last night. And you think these sewers are where they've set up their blood ring? Sadie asked. Vincent nodded. Yes. I always assumed they had to be down there, somewhere. Where else would vampires be able to work, day and night in safety, away from prying eyes? Unless it was out of the city. The city's huge, I said. And the underground is multi-leveled. Did your source give you a more specific location than somewhere under the city? I hope so, because I wasn't trolling through endless layers of filth in search of the vamps who were committing such crimes. Yes. He did. Oh my God. Could he drag it out any more? Sadie leaned forward. And? Vincent sighed, a defeated sound. Tank said it's all set up under the city morgue. My mouth dropped open. But that would mean. Sadie stumbled backwards and landed on the bed, staring at us with huge, shocked eyes. Then her gaze sharpened and an angry glint lit her features. That means the coroner and all his cronies are in on it. I knew it. Which meant Jack's death was linked to everything we'd learned so far, and there was more than one city official who had been bought by the vampires in charge. But what did that mean for us and our mate?
Chapter 14. Sadie. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I jumped to my feet. Those bastards. I knew they had something to do with my dad's death. But to know they're in on the blood ring too. Holy shit. My instincts had told me there was something dodgy going on with the coroner and the way they'd handled Dad's death, but there was more to it than even I'd realized. We need to go in and get them out. Help the women escape. I was rambling, but I couldn't help it. Do you have any powers? Vincent asked suddenly. Staring at him, the realization that I didn't have any real clothes on hit. A tank top and a pair of panties did not an outfit make. What do you mean? I asked, charging across to my duffel bag and pulling out a pair of jeans and a bra. Well, your mother didn't survive rescuing the women last time, and from what you've said and what I've been told, she was very powerful. So I'm asking, do you have powers too? Oh. Magical powers, he meant. I tugged on my jeans, then slid my feet into some black flats. I'd seen some clothes in my father's vault room that had looked like they were made of Kevlar. If they could prevent a vampire from biting me, it may be worth investing the time to go get them and put them on. Ah, no. I don't, I admitted. My mother died well before I could take lessons, and I don't know any of her family. I often felt the presence of my magic simmering just beneath the surface of my skin. In my awareness of the people around me and what was going on, but actual powers? Nope. Nothing. But I've got you guys, right? I grinned at my trio of amazing men. A vampire, a dragon, and a wolf. Surely, with all four of us on the job, we can get in and out without anyone getting hurt. Fridge began to laugh. Like really laugh. I glanced over at him. What's so funny? The fact you think we could get in and out of a business undiscovered or unhurt, that by all accounts makes the vampires millions of dollars, is funny. We'll be lucky to get out alive, Sadie. That was a sobering thought. Oh? I needed to put on my bra, and that meant taking off the black tank. I considered making a quick trip to the bathroom, or turning my back as I had last night. But seeing as I was standing in a room with my mates, I decided to face my fears and not be shy. We have an entire workshop full of bounty hunters too, I reminded him. I would never risk you unnecessarily. And if you don't want to come with me, I would totally understand. But as I said last night, this is something I have to do. The desire to see this to the end, to right this wrong, was riding me hard. And I wasn't fighting it. With Shadow's help, and the killers my father had trained for 30 years by my side, I was sure we could set the blood ring on its ear. I pulled off my tank top, the coolness in the room making my nips tighten as all three men's eyes went straight to them. Heat flooded my face as the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. I could hear their breathing turn heavy, as pheromones clogged the air. I grabbed my bra and pulled it on as casually as possible, just like any other relationship where couples get dressed for work in front of one another. Could you grab my black shirt, Vincent? I asked, swallowing hard as lust poured through my belly. The way the three of them were looking at me, I would never have to worry about their desire for me waning. The one behind you. Vincent took the hanger that he'd put in the closet and soundlessly glided toward me, like a predator stalking its prey. His fangs protruded over his bottom lip. He didn't speak, likely because he couldn't. His vampirism made my stomach quiver with unease and, I hated to admit it, excitement too. I'd heard from a friend once that the bite of a vampire was pure pleasure, or could be if they didn't kill you. Perhaps one day Vincent would let me experience it with him. Without killing me, hopefully. The thought made my lips quirk up, and the tension faded a little from the room. Thanks, I said, taking the shirt and slipping it on. Shall we get going? Vincent nodded, and stepped away from me to wait near the door. Fridge and Rogan stiffly moved about the room, getting dressed themselves, though I could see the bulges in their pants that showed how much my little reverse strip show still affected them. My body tightened and pulsed with need for them, but we didn't have time for a lovemaking session this morning. I had to get to work. We all did. Besides, I hadn't yet worked out how Vincent would fit in with us in that regard. There was so much to figure out, and more lovemaking could wait until later. Especially since I'd already had a sensational session with Fridge last night. Damn, it had been so much hotter than I'd expected. To be taken like that, in the middle of the room, without even a piece of furniture to cling to. So animalistic, so desperate. I had anticipated that being with Fridge would be passionate, but it had surpassed my expectations. Not to mention the fact that now we were mated, being with Fridge would probably become even better. I grabbed my bag and headed to the door. We gonna walk or? Do you mind if I stay here for a few hours? Vincent asked. I tend not to go out in the daylight if I can help it. I opened the door, Fridge and Rogan joining me. Sure. How can I contact you if we need you? Vincent opened his mouth, then stopped. You don't have a cell phone? I asked. It would be strange if he didn't. Everyone had one these days. He shrugged. I was born before the invention of the telephone. It's not something I think of. I bit my lip, the idea of him not being an easy contact not appealing to me. If I got you one, would you carry it? Vincent was ancient and wise, strong and extremely fast. Surely it would be important to be able to reach him if I needed to. He nodded. Of course. I smiled, my gaze falling to his full lips. I'd yet to kiss Vincent, but he had fully accepted me as his mate, even without the physical confirmation. Such a different courtship from the one I'd had with Rogan and Fridge. And yet, equally as exciting in many ways. Great. I'll grab one at lunchtime today, I said, thinking of the little electronics store around the corner from the workshop. They'd have cell phones. Will you come into the workshop at all, or will you be here when we get back after work? I didn't like the idea of leaving Vincent, but I didn't want to make him venture out into the daylight with us if he was convinced it would weaken him. Needing to sleep at night hardly seemed like a weakness. It would make him more human. More in sync with the three of us and our lives, and what we did every day and night. But it would be selfish of me to ask him to do such a thing, become more human-like, so I kept the thought to myself. I'll find you. Don't worry about me, he said. I clenched my jaw against the need to ask. I wanted to know more, especially about what he was going to do during the day while we were working. Would he go looking for leads at the coroner's office without us? I kept my mouth shut. He was an ancient vampire, and clearly able to look after himself. Who was I to monitor him? Okay. See you later then. I was tempted to kiss him goodbye, but Rogan grabbed my arm and pulled me out into the hallway. Disappointment swamped me. I wanted a physical connection with Vincent as well, but the opportunity hadn't yet risen. And my first kiss with him shouldn't be a random, perfunctory nothing kiss. It should be something special. Let's go, Rogan said, leading me down the hallway and into the elevator. I smirked at the men who were rushing me away. You that excited about getting to work today? I asked them. I've got a few things to get on top of, Fridge answered. There's a lot that slipped through the cracks this week. I frowned. You mean since my dad died? Fridge cringed. Yeah. I had no idea how much work he did behind the scenes. I reached out and grabbed his arm. Thank you for taking over while I dealt with all the other crap. I sighed. I still need to organize some sort of memorial. I had Dad's ashes hidden away in his vault, so at least he was safe, but he deserved more than that. He deserved a true tribute to the man he'd been, from those who had loved him. Once we find his killer, then we can celebrate, Fridge growled out as the elevator doors dinged open. I glanced up at him as we walked out the door. Damn, he was a good-looking man. With his bright eyes and strong jaw, it made me want to kiss every ridged contour of his face. You feeling okay about last night? I asked Fridge, wanting the reassurance from someone to whom I'd committed my life. Fridge grinned down at me. Of course. Why? I shrugged. Just wondering. How did I explain to him the guilt I felt about his comments last night? That he was struggling with the fact that he alone wasn't enough for me. I wished it were different, but at the same time I couldn't. I didn't want to lose any of them, especially not Fridge and Rogan, since they were the two I'd mated with and therefore felt closest to. But I also wished I could give them peace of mind. To know that they were wanted, needed. So deeply. Fridge must have felt my sudden sadness because his hand went down to grab my ass as we walked. Hey, I said, swatting him away. We were only a block away from Dad's workshop. I didn't want anyone seeing. Fridge grinned. I would have liked to strengthen the bond again this morning, but you know, workers gotta work. Rogan grabbed my ass from the other side, and I jumped again. Hey. They both laughed. Yeah. Me too, Rogan said. I bit my lip, though it was on the tip of my tongue that they'd both had me last night. They couldn't be that hungry for me again, surely? As I looked at them with the thoughts in my mind, I realized they would answer quite differently. Okay, let's talk work, I said, trying to get my head into the right space. Before we do, Rogan began, what do you think about what Vincent said? That the Blood Ring runs their operation under the city morgue? I don't see why they couldn't, I said. Why not? Though you'd think a hospital would be a more likely spot to grab blood and people who were at death's door. Not a morgue. The vampires had rules about who they could feed from and under what circumstances, and murder was still murder if they killed someone. Though it was always harder to prove who'd committed the crime, with a lack of physical evidence being left behind. Yeah, Rogan said, frowning. We crossed the road and walked the last 100 feet to the workshop. Fridge opened the door. M'lady? I couldn't stop myself from reaching up and cupping his jaw. My mate. His eyes opened wide, and there was a brilliant flash of sweet vulnerability before he covered it up with a smirk. You better be careful today, he said, or I'll come in and take you on your desk during lunch break. I only just muffled my squeal as I rushed past him, my stomach in knots at the sheer exhilaration of what could happen today. Walking up a couple of steps of the staircase in the entrance hall, I turned around to face Fridge and Rogan. I'll see you guys later, but if Shadow or Vincent come in, can you send them straight up to my office? Yeah, of course. Thanks. I flashed them a grin and headed upstairs to my dad's office to do some more investigating. Among many other things, I wanted to research more about vampires. For information on how to take them out, so I could avenge my father's killer. But also, I wanted to know more about my new mate. Because, despite the fact that the vampires were now our #1 enemy, Vincent was now family. Unfortunately, I knew next to nothing about him.
Chapter 15. Fridge. I set myself up a computer in a corner of the training room. There were a large number of emails and business-related tasks I needed to stay on top of, because Sadie wasn't able to at the moment. Was she capable of running a business this large and complex? Absolutely. But was she obsessed with Jack's murder and tracking down the killer? Yes. That wouldn't make her a good boss. Not this week, anyway. Hey, Fridge, Jason called out to me, walking up to the makeshift desk that I'd set up in a corner of the main training room. Jace was a wolf shifter like Rogan, lean and fast. Hey, Jace. Did you get the file I shot over to you this morning? We had a new client who wanted a woman found. A female cougar shifter. Rare. Jace nodded. I did. And I'm on it. But I was just wondering about pay. Will it go out like normal tomorrow? Or should I try to sort something out? It's just 'cause rent's due in air. He trailed off as if embarrassed to have brought up the matter. Oh yeah, I said, swallowing hard. Money was the last thing on my mind, and I guess that might be the same for Sadie. I'll make sure Sadie takes care of that today. Not an issue. And if it gets to tomorrow and you don't have it in your account, come back to me. I can always get cash out if need be. I now had access to Jack's stash in the vault, and if the men needed to be paid, they needed to be paid. We couldn't lose any of them, especially if Sadie was intent on taking on some old and powerful vamps. Great. Thanks, Jace said, his face lighting up. He turned away, then stopped, before twisting back around slowly to look at me again. He didn't say anything, but I could sense his concern. Yeah. I asked. Something else. Sadie, do you think she's gonna stick around like she said she would? Freaking hope so. Jace laughed. Why? You want her? Because you know Rogan's already. I lowered my head and growled at him. He had no right to talk about my mate and his boss in that way. Jace stared at me. Both of you? He asked, his expression bordering on horrified. Isn't that a bit gross? Anger brewed in my gut. Who did this wolf shifter think he was? Jace. How about you keep your private life private, and I will too. But you're a dragon shifter. You can't share. Rogan, maybe. Wolf shifters are pack animals. But you can't. Back off, I hissed at him, my voice coming out with my shifter's tone. Chase scurried away, and I was left with clenched fists and anger radiating down my spine. Rising to my feet, I was unable to stay seated while so angry. Was this how people were going to judge us? As some sort of freaky unbalanced? Hey, Fridge. You okay? Rogan asked, his eyebrows drawn into slashes as he walked up to me. I tried to shrug it off, but the worry settled in the pit of my stomach. Yeah. Think I just need a good training session. You look like you need a good fight, actually. Rogan laughed. You're right, I said, sitting down and getting back on my computer. I'd seen the perfect bounty for me come in this morning. Scrolling through the files and emails, I located the one I wanted. I'm going to sort this one out today. Myself. Grinning at Rogan, I punched in the details for a contract and sent it whizzing through email. I was joking, Rogan said. I'm not. I said, elation filling my chest. There's a bounty out on the human wife of a vampire. She's reported to be staying with some shifters downtown for protection. Maybe I can get some information for Sadie and get into a brawl at the same time. I waggled my eyebrows at Rogan and grabbed my cell phone from the desk. You okay to hold the fort if I leave for a few hours? As I walked to the front door, Rogan followed me. Yeah, of course I can. But I'd rather come with you for backup. Don't need it, I told him. Not with the frustration of the past week pulsing in my veins. I could take down an army of shifters if necessary. Punching in the code to the weapons room, I hurried inside and loaded up with 2 handguns and some Silver Wolf bullets. Won't be long, I called and walked out the front door. Jack was always one to use his emotions in his work. And today was the day for me to do exactly the same thing.
Chapter 16. Sadie. I rubbed my stomach, trying to quieten it down. It ignored me and grumbled hungrily for the second time. It can't be that late, I said, glancing at the clock. 2 p.m. Oh yeah, I guess it can. Standing and arching to stretch my lower back, it occurred to me I hadn't moved from my chair in 5 hours. Definitely not good for my posture staying hunched over a computer for that long. And where were the guys? It was unusual for them to leave me alone at all, much less for this long. I hope nothing's wrong. Leaving the office, glad to be out and about once again, I trotted down the stairs. Where were they? The place was quiet today, but I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise. Fridge had said that most of the men who worked here were contractors, so they probably only came in when they absolutely had to. Otherwise, they would be out chasing down bad guys. Hey beautiful girl, Rogan said as he glided up to me with a massive grin. Hey. I smiled at him, struggling to squash the impulse to throw my arms around his neck and squeeze him tightly. I ached to kiss his lips and moan at the heat that would flood my belly. It always did. We gonna do lunch? I asked. Rogan nodded, grinning as though he knew my secret urges. Sure. I was trying to wait until Fridge got back to come up and get you, 'cause I can't really leave the place open and unattended. Fridge left? Why? As though my words had called forth the man I spoke of, the front doors opened and my big, strong dragon shifter all but fell into the workshop. He was bleeding. Fridge? I ran for my mate, getting beneath one of his arms as he stumbled forward. Rogan called out for help, and I groaned as Fridge's weight partially dropped on me. Damn, he was heavy. Carrying him wasn't possible, but I wasn't letting go. He wasn't going to hit the floor. I planted my feet and braced my back, my thighs burning with the struggle. Then his weight was suddenly eased up, as Rogan and 2 other huge men lifted Fridge and carried him down a passageway to the right of the stairs. Following them, I wiped the sweat from my brow and found myself standing inside a mini medical room. I hadn't seen this room before. We have a first aid room? I asked rather stupidly, as Fridge groaned and rolled around on the examination table in obvious pain. Rogan was barking out orders and ripping Fridge's clothes from his body. What happened to him? I asked, feeling numb with shock and somewhat helpless. He's been bitten, Rogan snapped back, grabbing some sort of bottle full of silver fluid from the first aid shelves and pouring it over Fridge's neck, shoulders, and upper body. My mouth fell open as Fridge flailed around under Rogan's ministrations. Bitten? By what? Or who? And what the hell was that silver stuff? My heart pounded hard as panic pulsed through me. Fridge couldn't die on me. Not now. Not when we had our whole lives ahead of us. I jumped as Vincent charged into the room, moved me out of the way, and headed straight for Rogan. What happened? He demanded. Rogan gestured to Fridge. He went out for a bounty and came back like this. I think he's been bitten by a vampire, but I can't tell. He said he was going to the home of a wolf shifter. Vincent gestured to the two men who were holding Fridge down. Get back. Let him go. The men glanced at Rogan with worried looks on their faces. Rogan nodded. Let him go. They stepped away from the table. Vincent stepped forward and worked his way from one end of Fridge's body to the other, smelling him, touching him, moving so fast he was practically a blur in front of my eyes. Then he grabbed the bottle Rogan held. Did you pour this on his wounds? Rogan nodded. Yeah. I thought it would help. Vincent grimaced. It wasn't a bad call, but there's too much venom pumping around his system. I'm going to have to suck some out, or he's going to die. I darted to stand next to Rogan, gripping his arm in my anxiety. Is that dangerous? Vincent nodded. More for me than him, I'm afraid now. That silver is toxic. What? I gaped at him. For you? Vincent ignored my question and sighed heavily. This is going to hurt. Then he lay a hand on Fridge, who continued to groan and arch on the table. Vincent opened his mouth, and there was flash of white before he bent and sank his fangs into Fridge's neck. Fridge cried out and flailed, trying to grab for Vincent, but the vampire didn't stop, nor defend himself against Fridge's punches and grasping hands. He simply kept sucking. I squeezed Rogan's arm tight, my heart aching in my chest. If Fridge died. If Vincent died. I felt so helpless, watching, waiting. Finally, Vincent fell away, dropping to his knees and vomiting up blood and silver onto the concrete floor. I dug my fingers into Rogan's arm, terror ripping through me. Was that a good sign or a bad one? Vincent looked up, his dark gaze growing hazy and unfocused. Get me out of the sun. Soon. Okay? Rogan grunted assent, just before Vincent fell to the ground with a thump and a splatter, his face smooshed in the blood he just regurgitated onto the floor. Vincent. I hurried over to him and rolled his body out of the blood and silver mess while Rogan checked on Fridge. I held Vincent in my arms and tried to feel for a pulse, but there was none. Of course there isn't, you idiot. He's a vampire. Is Fridge okay? I asked, and Rogan turned to me with a mystified smile. Yeah. I think he's going to be all right. He frowned, his forehead creasing. Is Vincent all right? I gripped the cold vampire in my arms. I don't know. I hope so. I didn't know enough about vampires to ascertain his state of health. Who's the vamp? One of the men in the room asked Rogan. He's a friend, Rogan said, and offered nothing more. Worry struck me to my core. What on earth happened? There was a loud groan on the table as Fridge began to sit up. Help him. I called out and gestured to the men still standing about and staring at me, cradling the vampire. Fridge was as pale as Vincent, but at least he was finally sitting up with his eyes open. What happened? I asked him. Fridge ran a hand over his blood-stained chest and up to his neck, wincing each time he came across a fresh wound. I found the bounty, and then things got out of control. He rolled his neck and groaned. You could have died. I yelled at him, tears clogging my throat. Fridge nodded as he ran a hand over his wounds that were now closing up naturally, healing quickly. I know. Why didn't I? I gestured down at the comatose vampire in my arms. Why do you think? Vincent saved you. But I couldn't finish. Instead, a sob caught in my throat as I clung to Vincent's body. Please don't die on me, vampire mate.
Chapter 17. Fridge. Sadie demanded we take Vincent home to get him out of the sun, and home at present was the swanky hotel she had booked for the week. Luckily for us, it had room service, a huge bathroom, and blackout curtains that made the space almost completely dark. Rogan had carried him, mumbling something about the least he could do after what Vincent had done. The vampire had woken briefly from what seemed to be an unconscious state, and spoken in a half-whisper. Bed. I just need rest. So we'd placed him into the huge master bed, and he'd promptly closed his eyes. Still can't believe he did that for you, Rogan said from his chair at the dining table, glancing at the doorway to the bedroom where Vincent lay. Yeah, I said, because what else could I say? I barely remembered anything after I'd made it back to the workshop, other than the excruciating pain, which had intensified when Vincent had been sucking the toxins out of me. Sadie finished her club sandwich and dusted off her hands. We'd ordered room service as soon as we realized Vincent was going to be okay, and had spent the last half hour devouring everything. You should have seen it, Fridge, Sadie said. It was amazing, really. He took all that silver into his body, knowing it might kill him, to save you. I stared at her. Seriously? Why? But he doesn't even know me. Yeah, but you're my mate. I assume that's why he did it. We're all a family now. Sadie smiled softly. The words hit me with incredible force. Was that why he'd done it? We were family? I'll thank him when he wakes up, I said. And I've got stuff to tell you all about what I found out this morning. Sadie's eyebrows lowered as she glared at me. I hope it was worth you almost dying. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't that bad. Rogan choked on the water he was drinking, then bashed himself on the chest with his fist to clear it. What? I asked. Why were they both looking at me like I was the crazy one? Rogan stared at me. Fridge. You know that I've seen you come back from a lot. Hell, last year you almost died after the run-in with that feral dragon shifter. I whistled. Yeah, that one hurt. Rogan leveled me with his stare. This was worse. Really? I shook my head. That couldn't be. Sadie stretched out a hand and squeezed my forearm. Don't you remember? I shrugged. Not really. The bedroom door opened, and an even paler than usual vampire staggered out. Hey guys. I'm gonna need some blood pretty soon, so I better get to a vampire bar. Rogan jumped to his feet. I'll go. How much do you need, and what type do you like? Vincent's surprise rivaled mine. I stared at Rogan. Since when do you know how and where to get blood? My best friend hated vampires almost as much as I did. Why was he rushing out to help Vincent? Even if he was one of Sadie's mates. Rogan ignored me but motioned with his thumb in my direction while he stared at Vincent. I owe you for saving this pain in the ass, he said. So, whatever I can do. I swallowed hard as my throat tightened. Had I really almost died today? Did I owe my life to a 300-year-old vampire? Vincent tried to smile, but I could see how much effort it took by the pain in his eyes. If you're able to find it, I need at least a quart. Any type is fine, of course, but I do have a preference for B positive. Sadie froze, her gaze flicking up at the vampire, then back to me. I narrowed my gaze at her. What's wrong? Squeamish. She shook her head. No, it's just that's my blood type. Her throat worked as she swallowed hard, and heat flushed her cheeks in a healthy blush. Would you like me to? Hell no. I opened my mouth to tell her there was no way she could feed this vamp, but Vincent beat me to it. No. But thank you, Sadie. I think I need to lie down again. Rogan grabbed his cell phone and keys from his jean pockets. I'll be back in 15. Don't start the debrief without me. He left the apartment, and Vincent staggered back to the bedroom. I glanced at Sadie. Do you want to talk about this morning, or? We'll wait for Rogan to return, she said, then raised an eyebrow. Though if you want a suggestion, you need a shower. I glanced down at the old sweatshirt I'd pulled on at the workshop. I didn't see why I needed to rush, but it was a good way to waste 15 minutes. Will do. Rising to my feet, I bent to kiss her. She lifted her lips to me, but there was no passion, no happiness in the action. I pulled back and frowned down at her. You mad at me? Yeah, I kind of am, she said with a nod. You went off and almost died, totally unnecessarily. And you didn't even think about me, or how it would affect us. Our family. Irritation hit me. I was doing my job. She crossed her arms over her chest. You knew it was dangerous, didn't you? And you still chose to go. By yourself. No backup. I opened my mouth to rebut the statement, but she stared me down. Besides, she was right, and we both knew it. I kept my mouth shut. Exactly, she said. Go take a shower. Hopefully what you learned this morning was worth endangering yourself. Oh, it was. I went to the massive bathroom and enjoyed a long, solo shower. Sadie was right. I did stink. Of shifters and blood, and that silver shit that Rogan had poured all over me. My injuries were healing, but damn, I had been torn up. I could still feel the itchy pain where the skin was knitting together, the torn muscle tissue aching with a deep throb that was hard to ignore. By the time I'd cleaned up and gotten dressed again, Rogan was back and delivering the blood to Vincent, who was still lying in bed. There was strange slurping, then moaning sound as Vincent drank. My stomach churned, so I walked out of the dark bedroom and into the living area. Staring at the wall, I tried to contain myself. I'd spent decades loathing vampires, and not only did I have to share my mate with one, but I was now in his debt. Leaning against the wall, I turned to face the men as they walked back into the room. Vincent finally had some color in his cheeks, looking almost back to normal, and Rogan hovered over him like a mother hen. What the hell was happening here? Many thanks for procuring that for me, Vincent said to Rogan as Sadie led him to the dining area, and he sat down in one of the chairs. Vincent lifted his gaze to mine. So, what did you learn? Sadie settled into the couch, and Rogan joined her. All three of them turned toward me as the sole focus of their attention. I sighed. May as well start at the beginning. Okay, so the bounty that came in was for the human wife of a vampire. It said she'd run away to a pack of wolf shifters and was hiding from her vampire husband. Vincent frowned but didn't say anything. I agreed with his look. It had sounded suspicious from the beginning, and I should have known it. I located the house where the client reported his wife had last been seen, and it was the den of a pack of wolf shifters. But they hadn't captured the vampire bride to ransom her, or mate with her like the file had suggested. What were they doing with her? Sadie asked. They were torturing her, slowly. For information. It had been a pretty disgusting scene. The woman was human and had been cut, bruised and bleeding from every limb by the time I got there. Why her vampire hadn't gone after her himself, I had no idea. Sadie gasped and Rogan leaned forward in his chair. You mean the sort of information we're after? I nodded. Yeah. Found that out later. I managed to fight off most of the shifters around the house. I'd taken a bit of a beating from one of them, and had a nasty bite on my leg from another, but that was healing fine. I freed the woman from the basement where she was being held. I stopped and shuddered, remembering the way she'd felt in my arms. How frail and tiny. As if she were barely clinging to life. What happened next? Rogan asked, his tone eager. I carried her up and out of the basement, and then a group of vampires attacked me. Vincent sat up from where he rested on a chair. Did they come to protect the girl? Or were they there to kill her? How'd you come to that conclusion? I asked. Vincent sighed. There's been talk for a while about the integrity of the blood ring system. Information's been getting out that it isn't safe. Too much money's been lost when people have escaped. Blood has been stolen. Humans and vampires both killed. I wondered if it was possible there was a leak. I nodded. I didn't realize what was happening right away. I thought they'd come for her, to take her home. Avenge her, maybe. The vampires had been the ones who hired me to rescue her, after all. But as soon as the girl saw them, she started screaming for help, for me to protect her from them. I sighed, remembering the pain as they bit me. They attacked. 4 of them. I barely got out of there with her. Sadie stared at me, her eyes wide with shock. How did you? I shifted, I admitted. Something I'd normally never do, but there was no other choice. I grabbed the woman and flew out of there, then dropped her at our old apartment for safekeeping and so I could grab some clothes. Did she tell you anything? Sadie asked, the atmosphere in the room tense and silent, except for the pounding of my own heart. I ran a hand through my hair. She did. It's all pretty foggy now, but I got what I could from her, then ran for the workshop. I knew I needed medical attention, but I barely remember much past the first block or 2. The pain had been incredible. Vampire bites were often poisonous for shifters, and all 4 of the bastards had latched onto me at the same time. I shuddered, remembering the feeling of them ripping into my flesh and the agony as their venom entered my bloodstream. Well, you made it to the workshop. Practically fell in the front door, Sadie said. What do you remember about what she told you? I swallowed hard. Catching Jack's killer was important, but the closer we got to finding those responsible, the closer we came to putting Sadie in very real danger. Now that I knew that her mother was a pureblood witch, I wasn't sure I wanted to find the culprits. Especially since they were almost certainly vampires. Ah. Come on, Fridge. Tell us, Rogan said. Inhaling deeply, I crossed my arms over my chest. She told me the blood ring wants more exotic bloodlines. Their forced breeding programs haven't worked well, and without an influx of fresh witch or warlock blood, those who spend a lot of money for their product will stop buying from them. So their preference is still witch blood? Sadie asked as though she needed the clarification. Vincent nodded, jumping in. I'm afraid so. And even though it was always the most sought after, now that it's nearly impossible to obtain, the older vampires seem to crave it even more. That made perfect sense. Things that were rare always had a higher value. Supply and demand. Did she say anything else? Sadie asked, glancing at me. I nodded, feeling the suck of the proverbial rabbit hole. The inevitable pull of fate. This next step would take us along a path from which there would be no turning back. Yes. She confirmed what Vincent told us this morning. Which was? Vincent asked. I sighed. That the blood ring runs from rooms in the underground, set up beneath the city morgue. Sadie's eyes lit up in that way only she had when she was excited or determined about something. A grin pulled at both sides of her mouth. Let's go then.
Chapter 18. Sadie. I jumped up off the chair, filled with excitement and adrenaline. We knew where the victims of the blood ring were holed up. Now we could do something about it. Come on, I said to Rogan as he sat back in his chair looking shocked. Let's go. He frowned at me. Go where? Into the lion's den? Without careful planning first? You've got to be joking. I put my hands on my hips and glared at him. What are you talking about? This is the piece of information we've been waiting for. Rogan shot to his feet and pointed across the room. Fridge is barely alive after his run-in with a pack of vampires this morning. Vincent needs more time and more blood to heal. Or are you suggesting just the 2 of us go? Or worse, drag Fridge and Vincent into the underground to fight and die? Because that's what you're asking of us, Sadie. My mouth dropped open at the vehemence in Rogan's voice. The way he described it made me sound like the worst sort of person. I would never endanger them. Not on purpose. You're saying that like it's my fault that my dad died. That the vampires are torturing people. I blinked rapidly to make sure the tears didn't gather, nor drop onto my cheeks. This was not the time for stupid emotional weakness. Rogan groaned. That's not what I said. But you need to be a little more patient, or someone's going to get killed. I staggered away from Rogan's anger, hurt and confused. Why are you so mad at me? I want to stop others dying, not deliberately lead the men I love to their deaths. Rogan's hesitance didn't make sense. Didn't he want to go rescue those poor witches? Rogan ran a hand through his hair. I want it stopped too, Sadie. But I need to be the responsible one here. Because I'm the only one of your 3 mates still standing. I need to protect the other 2, who will obviously throw themselves into harm's way for you without a thought. And I need to protect you. If you want to keep all 3 of us alive, then we need to formulate a plan before we go charging into the underground. I began to pace up and down the room, adrenaline shooting along my veins, but common sense taking over my brain. You're right. You're right. I was stupid to even think we could do such a thing. Especially now. My gaze moved to Fridge, who was leaning heavily against the wall, then to Vincent. They were both still pale and obviously weak. I'm so sorry to make it sound like I wanted to rush into the blood ring without thought. I stopped pacing. Okay. We need a plan. Rogan snorted. Yes. And you need to decide which aspect we're focusing on. The blood ring or Jack's killer. I frowned at him. What do you mean? Aren't they one and the same? That was how I saw it, and how Shadow had seemed to assess things too. If they weren't exactly the same, then the 2 things were inextricably interwoven. Rogan shook his head and met my gaze with his own powerful one. No. One path leads to the underground. To the center of the vampire's financial power, and probably to a place where dozens of people are trapped and being tortured. I nodded. The blood ring. It sounded like hell on earth. No wonder my mother had sacrificed herself to save those kidnapped and tortured. Rogan put a hand on his hip. Yes. I'm not sure we can get in and out alive, let alone what will happen to us if the vampires find out we messed with their blood supply. My stomach tightened as I asked my next question. And my dad's killer? I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the truth about which path Rogan hoped we would take. What if it didn't match what I wanted? Rogan sighed heavily. There are only 2 ways to find out who killed Jack. The first way would be to find the right vampire and somehow get him to confess, which would be unlikely. The second way would be to attack one of the oldest and most powerful vampire families in the city and demand they tell us who ordered the kill. His gaze slid to my vampire mate, then back to me. Vincent could no doubt help us down that road, but it won't lead to the underground and the blood ring. That path of action would take us to an assassin, or several. To a vampire fast enough and strong enough to take down your dad in his own business. I'm not sure you really want to take that path, do you? He was right. Even though the last thing I wanted was any of my mates coming to harm, I just knew that my father's murder and the blood ring were interlinked somehow. When I didn't say anything, Rogan continued. Which is more important to you, Sadie? We need to start there. I inhaled sharply. Having to choose was unpleasant. But if I had to, the choice was easy. My dad was already gone. Vengeance wouldn't bring him back. But doing something to help the people imprisoned in the underground would change people's lives. Let's save the people in the blood ring. It's what Dad and my mom would have wanted. Rogan exhaled sharply and nodded. I agree. I think that's the right way to go, but we need a plan. We can't just jump into the sewers and start poking around. Vincent stood up, joining the conversation. I know the underground well. We could do some surveillance, some reconnaissance first. It wouldn't be too risky. And as long as I'm with you, you'll have a good cover story if we're caught. I looked at his pale face and bit my lip, worry pulsing through me. But when will you be healthy enough to go? You still don't look well. If I thought I could help him, I would offer my own blood. But my fear was that if I did, he would drain and kill me. Once he tasted the witch blood my mother had handed down to me, would he be able to control himself? Or had her spell that embedded snake shifter genetics into my scent worked to make my blood unpalatable to him as well? Only one way to tell, and I wasn't sure I wanted to test that theory. Not yet, anyway. Vincent smiled, his lips pale. Give me 1 day and I'll be fully restored. Tomorrow. I glanced over at Fridge. And how are you doing? You almost died today. Fridge flexed his shoulders, the muscles rippling beneath his skin. Thanks to our resident vampire, I'm good as new. Though, I may need to wear some of that vampire Kevlar when we go in to fight them. I raised an eyebrow. You weren't wearing any this time? He shrugged with a slightly sheepish air. I thought the vampires were the money men, not the guys I went to fight. So no, I wasn't prepared properly, but next time I will be. I sighed, love flooding my body in waves of heat and tingling pleasure. Rogan was right. These men cared enough about me to put themselves in mortal danger. Vincent and Fridge had both been hurt today, and yet they were willing to jump straight back into the fray, for me. Thank you, both of you. I can't really believe you want to help me. Of course we do, Fridge said, pushing himself off the wall and staggering toward me. I laughed as I grabbed a hold of him. Good as new, huh? He grinned and maneuvered us to the couch. Maybe I need a day or so, too. Vincent and Rogan came closer, sitting one each side of Fridge and me. So, reconnaissance tomorrow, then? I asked. Rogan looked at the other men, then answered. Yes, I think Vincent's right. We need to do some recon, before we even consider getting anyone else involved. We go into the underground as a group, using Vincent's vampire status if we need to, and we go check it out. We don't even know if our sources are correct. The blood ring might not even be under the morgue like we expect. I nodded. Okay. So we just go for a little look-see. Not to do anything, just to check out what's down there. Look for any chinks in the armor. Any flaws that might give us some idea of what action to take next. The trio of men all nodded. I couldn't help the zing of excitement in my blood, nor the way my heart pounded. In that moment, my reasons for wanting to become a lawyer became clear. I wanted to right the wrongs of the world. Fight the bad guys. Release those who had been wrongly imprisoned. But up until now, I'd gone about it a different way to my dad. The legal way. My dad had known there was a better way, but he'd gotten it wrong as well. He'd helped a lot of bad guys get good people off the streets too. I was sure of it. Now though, combining the strength of my father's convictions and my brain, I was sure I would be able to change the world and help a few good people, if not a whole city. My gaze slid to the men, desire pulsing through me in recognition of their connection to me. And mine to them. But they were exhausted. The last thing I should be thinking about right now was instigating a session of lovemaking. Especially since I hadn't even kissed Vincent yet. Tell me about the underground, Vincent, I said, trying to distract myself from thoughts of ravishing his mouth. Are there easily accessible exits, in case we get into trouble? Vincent chuckled and shook his head. No, not at all. That's one of the reasons the vampires use the underground. There are clear entries, but they're sparse and well planned. Once you're in, until you can find another entry point. I swallowed hard, glancing at Rogan, who was frowning darkly. Keep going. Tell us everything, I said. If we were going to put ourselves in danger for people we didn't even know, then we had to have as much information as possible. Vincent settled back into the couch cushions and started talking. The underground is at least 2 stories below the ground level. They use the sewers and tunnels to enter the underground, but then you drop down another level or 2 beneath the sewers, using ladders. It's pitch dark except for some strategic lighting here and there, so unless you're a vampire, you will struggle to see in that sort of darkness. We can see in the dark in our shifter forms but not in human form, Rogan said. But we have night vision goggles at the workshop, Fridge added. Vincent smiled. Good. You will definitely need them. I shivered, then hugged my body as a premonition crept over my skin. So we could get in, but would struggle to get back out? Great. Bad things lurked beneath the surface of this city. I could already feel the dread. Tell us more, I said. Vincent spent the rest of the night, explaining everything he knew about the underground. how it was built, how it was used, and where the entries were that he knew of. We talked through dinner, supplied by room service, and almost until midnight. Then it was time to sleep. The shifters and I curled up in the huge bed in a pile of hot flesh, while Vincent rested nearby on an armchair, his eyes burning with desire as he stared at me through the darkness of the room. Even with danger on our doorstep and a perilous adventure in our near future, I went to sleep knowing I was surrounded by love. I was happy, though not quite complete.
Chapter 19. Vincent. I slept through the night, something I hadn't done in decades. Whether it was due to my ingesting that silver cure-all for shifters, or due to a connection to my new mates, I didn't know. I woke up hungry, and the scent of the 3 people in the room made my jaw ache. My fangs descended and cut into my lower lip. Swallowing hard, I tried not to breathe through my nose. Sadie smelled especially good to me, closely followed by Fridge. I got up slowly out of my chair. It was still dark, but I needed to feed. The blood Rogan had gotten me from the bar yesterday was gone, and my activities with Fridge had caused a need for more sustenance than usual. I shook my head while creeping toward the door. Trust Sadie to be B positive. Truly my favorite taste. Hey. Where you going? Fridge grumbled from the bed. I turned to him and whispered, the silver took a lot out of me. I need to feed again. I'll be back in an hour or so. Hey, wait, Fridge said before rolling out of bed and creeping over to me naked. Not that I went that way, but after centuries of existence, I could admire the body Fridge had. He was strong, fit, and gorgeous. Yes? I asked, trying and failing to retract my fangs. I wanted to thank you for yesterday. I don't think I have properly. I tried not to smile at his discomfort. He was looking anywhere but into my eyes. It was kinder to just be gracious, rather than point out how cute he was running a hand through his hair while gazing at my feet. I doubted a dragon shifter would appreciate being called cute. You're welcome. I hope there will come a time when you can truthfully say you'd do the same for me. Fridge's gaze shot up to mine then, his eyes wide and searching as he stared at me. I let the words marinate with him, then when he didn't say anything more, I stepped toward the door. I have to go. I won't be long. Fridge nodded and muttered, thanks again. He hurried back to the bed and our mate. I envied the ease with which he and Rogan cuddled and touched Sadie. I ached to do the same with her, but it never seemed to be the right moment. I went to a blood bank and purchased another full bag. Normally I would never drink so much in such a short space of time. In fact, I had been stretching myself between feeds lately, wanting to have as little need for blood as possible. With Sadie determined to search out the blood ring's location, I had to be ready, on guard and strong. And that meant more frequent feeds for me. Upon returning to the hotel, I ordered them breakfast from the front desk, and headed up to the suite. Sadie was in the shower, Rogan was dressed, and Fridge was still lounging in bed when I arrived. The scene was so normal, so relaxed, it was almost unnerving how comfortable everything was. But the tension ratcheted up the moment I entered the room, and disappointment pulsed through me. It's okay. I'm not going to bite anyone, I said, and the men jumped as though I'd threatened them. I sighed. Sorry, that was uncalled for. You don't have to be nervous around me. I'm well past the age of letting my hunger rule me. Fridge relaxed back against the headboard. Then what's with the attitude? I gestured to them as a whole. You two are very comfortable with one another. And with Sadie. You're already bonded with her. I feel like a third wheel. Or in this case, a fourth. I walk in, and everyone here is suddenly on edge. I tried to ignore it, to push past the feeling, to just be grateful that I'd finally found my soulmate. But their connection, coupled with my lack of it, was beginning to weigh on me. Well, hey, Rogan said, getting my attention. I've known Fridge since school. We were best friends and roommates for a decade before we even met Sadie. And even we had problems with each other when we found out we had to share her. Fridge snorted and glanced away. Damn right. The bathroom door opened and Sadie walked back into the room dressed in her underwear. I couldn't help but stare at how beautiful she was, curved in all the right places and strong in all the others. My whole body ached to swoop across the carpeted floor and take her in my arms. I didn't. Of course. But I couldn't help the slight groan as I said, "God, you're spectacular," I said. Sadie grinned and walked over to me, her breasts bouncing in her black lace bra. "Good morning to you too." She didn't stop, and I saw intent in her face as she stepped up and put her hands out to run them up my arms and around my neck. She was going to kiss me. Finally. Not hesitating, I reached out for her tiny waist and pulled her hard into me. She lifted her chin and presented her face. I dropped my head and pressed my lips against hers, the warmth of her creeping in to steal away my coldness. I moaned as her flavor seeped through the kiss, making my head spin like I was imbibing the most intoxicating bouquet of wine. Clearing my throat with a rough cough, I stepped away but kept one hand on her waist. Sadie stumbled forward into my chest, her eyes still shut and her body trembling. I braced her from toppling over with my arms. When her eyes finally opened, her pupils were dilated and she looked dazed. I smiled as a mixture of desire and happiness radiated through me. I loved that I could affect her in such a way. "Are you okay?" She nodded, one of her hands lifting to her lips, pressing into them with her fingers as though she wanted to imprint my kiss on her mouth forever. Yes. That was. My smile widened. Yes. It was. I lifted my gaze to where Fridge and Rogan were keeping themselves busy getting dressed, and doing a poor job of trying to ignore what we were doing. I grinned as amusement filled me. Now they knew how I'd felt watching them. I was in the game. At least a little. Finally. "So, when would you like to leave for our expedition?" I asked Sadie. Her eyes lit up as she walked over to where her clothes lay on a nearby couch. "What time do you suggest?" I pressed my lips together, thinking. I would say that the best time to go would be during the day. Less guards around. At least that was what I thought but couldn't be sure. Rogan walked over to us. Even with the pitch dark of the underground, vampires would still keep nighttime hours? I nodded. Yes, I think so. We are naturally nocturnal, and any other timeline feels odd and physically painful at times to be up and active during the day, even out of the sunlight. Though I'm only guessing. Fridge joined us, his massive size making it necessary for me to step back to accommodate him in the circle. Fridge said, "Sounds like as good a plan as any. We'll need to go past the workshop, check on the guys and pick up some equipment, but we could go today." "What do I wear?" Sadie asked. We all turned to look at her still standing in her beautiful underwear, her lips slightly swollen and red from my kisses. "Jeans? A sweater? Workout gear?" she prompted. I grinned and shared a look with the two other men. Only a woman would wonder what to wear on an adventure down into the sewers that very well could lead to all our deaths. "Our Fridge." I gestured to the dragon shifter. "How heavy is the vampire Kevlar?" "Oh yeah," he said, shaking his head. "Wear something dark, lightweight and comfortable. The Kevlar is heavy, and you'll need to wear it pretty much over all of your body. So maybe some layers to protect your skin too." Good advice. Sadie set about pulling out more clothes from her duffel, sorting through them with a thoughtful air. A knock came at the door. "That'll be your breakfast," I said. "I'll get it." I headed off and let the hotel waiter into the room. Today was the day that I helped my mate and her two shifter mates take the first steps toward destroying the blood ring. Heaven help us all.
Chapter 20. Fridge. We went straight to the workshop from the hotel and found the doors locked, just as they should be. No one had keys except Rogan, Sadie, and me. But since Jack had died, I'd been paranoid about the security. "I'm going to email all the guys and tell them they have 2 hours to use the workshop. Then we're closing up again," I told Rogan as I unlocked the front door and headed for my computer to send out a group message. "I'll get on the equipment," Rogan called out after me and headed to the weapons room. I checked emails, sent out messages, and made sure Jack's business stayed on its feet. When I returned to the foyer, Sadie was already there, looking through the weapons Rogan had accumulated. I glanced over at Vincent. "Do you want to carry anything? Just in case?" "Like what?" Vincent asked, cocking his head at me. I chuckled. "Come this way." Ushering the vampire into the inner sanctum, Jack's favorite place, I tried not to shudder at what felt like a betrayal to the man I'd loved like a father. But Vincent was the mate of Jack's daughter, and he would have accepted it somehow. I was sure of that. "Take whatever you need," I said, gesturing to the rows and rows of guns, stakes, and knives. "If you need help, let me know." I went straight for my favorite corner, grabbing silver bullets, handguns, and 2 knives, strapping them to my ankles, around my waist, and on my upper arms. When I found Vincent again, he was standing in the large knife section. "You want one?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes. But the silver will burn me. Do you have any with a handle I can hold? Or something covered?" I could have slapped myself in the head. Here I was thinking I was doing the vampire a huge favor, and all I'd done was show off weapons he couldn't use. "Ah, crap. Sorry, I forgot about that. There is one, but it's in the safe upstairs. Let me get it for you." I gestured for Vincent to come out of the weapons vault, and locked it up after him. "I'm gonna grab the large silver knife that would actually suit Vincent's needs from the office upstairs," I said to Rogan. His eyes bulged. "You're giving him Jack's knife?" Vincent's gaze went straight to my face and heat spread up my neck. I tried to play it cool, but Rogan and I knew how big a deal this was, even if the other 2 didn't. No one touched Jack's weapons. They were sacred. They were special. But Vincent was here to avenge Jack's death, and more importantly, he was probably the most capable of saving Sadie's life if it came down to a fight between us and them, which was highly likely. The vampire needed a weapon. If the weapon was Jack's, and Vincent used it to protect Sadie, then there was poetic justice to the full circle of revenge. Then a thought struck me, and I shot a glance at Sadie, figuring I should check with her first. She shrugged and nodded. "Okay by me," she said, so I turned for the stairs. "Be right back." I jogged up to the office that Sadie had taken over, and opened the safe. As soon as I did, I saw the pile of cash. Oh shit. I'd totally forgotten to ask Sadie about the men's pay. I grabbed the cash and the large hunting knife, and headed down the stairs. Sadie's eyes bulged as she saw what I held. "You think we're gonna need to buy our way in?" I chuckled. "No. I forgot to remind you to put in the men's payments yesterday. You didn't happen to remember, did you?" Sadie paled and shook her head. "Oh my God. No. I'm sorry." I grinned. "No issue. That's why Jack kept cash around. For the bounties to be paid at any time, if necessary. I'll just need an hour or so to get it all worked out, and let the guys know they can come pick it up. You okay with waiting?" Sadie nodded. "Yeah. Of course. It was my fault. Thanks for saving my ass." I chuckled and winked at her. "Anytime." I handed Vincent the knife. "Here you go. Nicely sheathed to keep you safe." Vincent took the leather belt from me. "Thanks." I pointed to where the knife hung from the belt, the huge black handle and covered sheath making it look like a miniature sword. "It's covered like you need. Leather and plastic handle. Silver blade. No wood or anything to hurt the vampire." "This is great. Thank you again," Vincent said, situating the belt around his waist and pulling the buckle tight. I swallowed. It was hard to see the weapon of a true master, my mentor, hanging from the waist of another person. I sighed. "Well, welcome to the family," as Jack would say. "I won't be long." My heart pounded with too many emotions. I walked away to my computer to divvy up the money for the men who worked with me. It felt strange performing such a mundane task while we had an extraordinary one waiting just ahead of us. 2 hours later, the men had been paid, we were equipped with everything we needed, and the workshop was locked up once more. I can't believe how nervous I am, Sadie said, laying a hand on her stomach, her voice alight with excitement. She sounded as if we were heading off on a vacation, rather than delving into the darkest depths of the city to look for killers. I rolled my eyes and met Rogan's gaze, which was dark with worry. Sadie was young and beautiful, and despite how tough she liked to think she was, she'd been protected by a large, fierce father. She really had no idea what this city was capable of doing to a person, nor how truly evil a bad vampire could be. I turned to my small group. Just remember that we're only down there looking for a bar to hang out in. For Vincent to find some blood. We'd come up with that cover story last night. Vincent nodded. Yes. If anyone finds us in a place we don't belong, then we pled that we're lost. Nothing else. Sadie nodded. Okay. We're lost. We're there for Vincent. Gotcha. She was decked out in protective gear, multiple knives, and a large stake strapped to her back. Not that anyone could see it beneath her layers of clothing. She must be uncomfortable, but the protection was necessary. She was a lot safer this way. Follow me, Vincent said, who looked cool and calm. Too cool, in my view. But that was exactly how a 300-year-old vampire should be. We followed him down the street and along the road for the next 2 blocks. My heart pounded with every step I took, adrenaline coursing through my muscles and veins. I had to admit, there was a large part of me that was afraid. Afraid of heading so deep below the earth. Away from the sky. Away from freedom. That part, of course, was my dragon shifter. If we got into trouble, I would never be able to shift and get us out of there. I would probably kill everyone around me if I even attempted it. But I refused to let that part of me dominate. I was a trained bounty hunter and fighter in my human form. Since when did I even think about my shifter's comfort? Since meeting Sadie. Eventually, we arrived at a large sewer grate outside one of the largest vampire bars in town. Vincent gestured to the metal bars of the grate. This is the closest entry point. I glanced up at his face, then down to the entry, the dark hole that we were supposed to happily jump into. Makes sense why the Red Center was set up here, I said, gesturing to the bar behind us. Vincent grinned. You'll find prominent vampire bars at every entry point. He glanced around at our group. You guys ready? I glanced at Rogan and Sadie. They both nodded. Let's go, I said. Sadie put both hands out as though to stop us. Please wait. I want to thank you all for helping me. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. And I know Dad would be grateful and proud to know I have such wonderful mates by my side. I grinned at her. Yeah, and don't you ever forget you need us, because I can tell you that we don't forget how much we need you. Sadie swallowed hard, her mouth pulling to the side as her throat worked, and for the first time, true fear resonated in her eyes. What if one of you gets hurt? I chuckled. Sweetheart, I almost died yesterday just doing my job. Danger is part of life. Her gaze slid to the other 2 men, and in answer, Vincent lifted the grate up and opened the left half like a door on hinges. Rogan, you want to go first? He asked. Rogan nodded, though I saw trepidation flicker in his gaze. He hid it well, but I knew the guy. Definitely. I've always wanted to know what the underground looked like. With that, Rogan took the ladder down into the hole, giving Sadie the answer she needed. After you, beautiful, I told Sadie, and she took the same ladder down. I glanced at Vincent, who was still holding open the great door with apparent ease. This going to be okay? I asked him. His face didn't change, but something in his eyes worried me. What? I asked him. This is only the first step, he said. If we succeed in locating the blood ring, not only will we need to decide what to do with the people we find, but how to survive the wrath of the vampire fathers. They will rain hellfire down on us for this. If we survive at all. I clenched my jaw and tightened my fists. We'll survive, Vincent. For the first time in my life, I have something worth fighting for. Worth living for. I moved over to the ladder and began the descent into the dark. But my ears pricked up at the whispered words from the vampire above. You and me both, my friend.
Chapter 21. Sadie. My dad had taught me to be strong and fearless. But as we stood in the dark, smelly underground of the city, my heart raced like a thundering horse. My legs and arms trembled with the need to climb back up that ladder and into the light. Back to safety. I'd been excited for this adventure, for the chance to save people in a place where no one dared tread. But as I shivered in the dark, I had to admit to myself, I was terrified. "Hang on, I'll just turn on the light," Rogan said. I shivered again, trying not to breathe through my nose. It smelled like shit and dirt and blood. Like a battleground. Yuck. Suddenly I was blinded, the bright white light of Rogan's flashlight blasting into the darkness. My hands came up to shield my eyes, a gasp in my throat. Sorry, Rogan said, and the blinding light was gone. Holy moly. I blinked my eyes open and shut until they returned to normal, and I could now look at our surroundings. I was somewhat disappointed when I did. I'd been expecting more. It was just a tunnel, with murky water at the bottom and multiple directions to choose. There were noises behind me and above. I squinted in the dark, trying to make out the shapes and faces of those around me. Fridge sidled up next to me and clicked his light on too. Whoa. I couldn't stop myself from gasping as he blasted the wall in front of him with light. Damn, those things are bright. Fridge glanced at Rogan. The night vision goggles might be better. They'd be less conspicuous, Vincent agreed. Rogan opened the duffel bag that he carried and handed me a pair of goggles. Sorry for almost blinding you. I laughed. No problem. I grabbed the goggles and pulled them over my head, blinking into them. I can't see anything. It was as dark in the goggles as it was before they turned on the lights. Hang on, we'll just turn the lights off. Fridge clicked something on the side of the goggles and I could see. Wow. My vision was like being in an army video game. This is very cool. I looked left and right, up and down, loving the ability to see all sorts of details, including. Gah. I jumped to the side and clung to Fridge's arm. What's wrong? He asked, glancing around. I swallowed down the scream that stuck in my throat. Just a rat? There was a round of masculine chuckles around me, and I swallowed against the heat that rose in my cheeks. I didn't respond to their taunting. They were right. It was pathetic of me to be scared by a scurrying little furball. There will be much scarier things than rats down here, beautiful, Fridge said. I know, I whispered, reaching up to play with a few of the focus settings until I could see everything clearly, including the three men around me. Fridge and Rogan sported matching goggles, but Vincent obviously had no need of them. This way, Vincent said, gesturing for us to follow him. Fridge indicated I should go next, and I did as I was told. They were in charge down here. We crept along the sewer, taking a right turn, then going left again. Vincent stopped and we walked up to him. My hands shook and my heart still raced. Why did we stop? I asked. He lifted another strange door. Because we have to go down, he said. This is just the sewer. The underground is another level lower. Both of my shifters flinched. We had to go even further down into the ground. I shuddered visibly. I think I want to go back. The men chuckled and I pursed my lips. Yeah, right. Only to tell us tomorrow you want to come back again, Fridge said. I marveled at how well they knew me. Yeah, but. Come on, Sadie, Vincent said. This is the way to the whole system. I inhaled sharply, though I shouldn't have, as the putrid odors of the sewer swept up my nose. I gagged. Okay. I moved past Vincent, who grinned at me. It's not funny, I said. He laughed, harder this time. The sound was beautiful and soothing. I liked the idea of hearing that sound every day for the rest of my life, and hopefully that would be many, many years to come. I grabbed onto my courage, willing my father's spirit into my fingers as I climbed down the new ladder. I counted every rung and got to 22 before my feet hit solid ground. Damn, we were deep into the earth now. I got out of the way of the men coming down after me and looked around the underground. On this level there was a real paved street, with dimly lit lights, and I could see a bar up ahead. "This is like a real city," I said, mostly to myself. Rogan stepped up next to me. "Whoa. Yeah." Fridge was next, staring at the world we just discovered. When Vincent stepped up next to us, I was sure we all looked ridiculous, our mouths hanging wide open. "This way," he said. "We're about half a block from the city morgue now." We turned right and went in the opposite direction of the bar, though I saw a few sets of eyes watch us as we walked off. "What sort of place is that?" I asked Vincent. "The bar? That was where I met Shadow the other night," Vincent said. "Is it safe?" I asked. He chuckled. "For whom? You? Definitely not." That made me walk just a little bit faster, fear shooting along my veins. Would the vampires bite me, even though I smelled bad to them? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. We walked in a single file, like an army troop. Or maybe a line of ants. I wasn't sure which image I liked better. My hands kept wandering to the weapons that were closest to me. The knife strapped to my thigh. The gun I had in a holster at my waist. Everything in me just knew that this was going to turn into a fight, but part of me was also hoping that, because we were so well prepared, it wouldn't happen at all. We kept walking down the strange paved street, then we turned right and found ourselves facing a brick wall. "Huh?" I said. "What's a brick wall doing down here?" It just looked so out of place. Also, it was a dead end. Which meant we'd probably taken a wrong turn somewhere. Vincent put a hand to the bricks as though testing them for their strength. "This is a recent build. Maybe we hadn't taken a wrong turn then." I met his gaze. "So, they're trying to keep people out? Whereabouts are we right now?" He pointed up. "We're directly beneath the city morgue." This was it. "So, if the blood ring is set up behind this wall, there has to be another way in, yeah?" I asked, swallowing hard against the lump building in my throat. I was uncomfortably hot. Between the pounding of my heart and the weight of the Kevlar, I was sweating from my neck to my ass crack. Vincent frowned as he stared at the wall. "I don't know of any other way to access this part of the underground, unless they've created their own doorway." I glanced back at my shifter mates, an involuntary grin forming on my lips as I stared at them wearing their night vision goggles. They looked like strange beetles. No doubt I looked the same. "What do you guys think? Should we keep looking or head back?" Fridge rolled his shoulders as though readying himself for a fight. "We're already down here, so let's give it one more shot." He indicated to Vincent. "Lead the way." Vincent nodded and headed back the way we'd come, turning down the next tunnel. "It's possible there's another entry." We kept walking, and then rounded a bend, and then suddenly there was a black door blocking us from going any further. It was studded with metal like a vault door and enormous in size. Beside the door stood a large guard. He was as tall and wide as Fridge, with shoulder-length black hair and a thick mustache. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, glaring at us. I froze. What were we going to say? Vincent stepped up. "Just showing my friends the underground," he said, putting on an English accent. "I arrived here a few months ago, and was told of your hospitality." The guy narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. "Piss off." Vincent chuckled. "So perhaps the hospitality isn't as welcoming as they claimed." He lifted his chin. "What's behind the door, old chap? An exclusive club? Because I have money if there's a fee." He opened his jacket and made out that he was pulling out a wallet. The guard charged forward and picked him up by the front of his jacket. "Go back the way you came. Now." Without warning, he threw Vincent at Fridge and Rogan. I gasped and my hand flew to my knife. Was he going to attack us? What should I do? It was a hell of a long way back to the surface if we had to run. The guys caught Vincent and set him on his feet. Rogan bared his teeth and growled loudly at the guard. The guard opened his mouth, exposing long pointed fangs. Put your dog back on his leash. My back straightened at the insult, but I shuffled back toward the group. Fridge's fists were clenching and unclenching, but Vincent seemed calm considering he'd just been tossed like a bag of potatoes. Seems like money can't buy everything, Vincent said with a chuckle, as he tugged on his jacket and straightened himself up. Looks like we've gotten a bit lost. You are lost, the guard hissed at us, his eyes glowing red. Move along. Sorry, Vincent said, backing away and tugging on my arm. Let's go get a drink at that bar we saw a while back. Then Vincent's hand drifted from my arm, and he moved so quickly I didn't even see him leave. Wow. He'd left fast. I started walking the way he'd directed. Groans and gasps sounded behind me. Rogan and Fridge darted in that direction. I twisted around and there was Vincent, one of his arms wrapped around the guard's neck. I stood there and gaped at his speed, his strength. He'd gotten behind the guard and held him in a death headlock, and I hadn't even realized he'd moved in that direction. The guard grappled and pulled at Vincent's arms, his eyes rolling back in his head. Then he swung his body around, throwing himself this way and that, trying to dislodge Vincent's grip. He's not going down. Stake him, Rogan, Vincent commanded. Rogan pulled a stake out of a holder on his back and lunged for the vampire. The huge guard jumped out of the way, even with Vincent on his back. Fridge. Quick. Hold him, Vincent called out. Fridge wrestled the big guy to the ground, holding his legs while Vincent gripped his upper body. The guard screamed out as Rogan used all his force to thrust the wooden stake straight through the guy's back, piercing his heart. It all happened so fast, I didn't have time to react or help. Jump back, Vincent said. They did, and seconds later the vampire exploded, leaving nothing but a pile of black dust on the ground. My heart hammered in my chest, but I couldn't look away. Whoa. I'd never seen anyone killed before. Not even a vampire. Are you okay? Vincent asked, coming up to me and grabbing my hand. I swallowed and nodded, berating myself for not going to his aid. I'm sorry I wasn't any help. He smiled. I'm sorry you even had to see that. I shivered. So you changed your mind about walking away? I asked, rather rhetorically. He held up his hand, and in his palm was a large key. Since we made it this far, I think we should see what's behind the door. You snagged the key? Fridge asked, then nodded slowly. Impressive. Rogan dusted off his hands and walked over to us. Damn, you're fast, Vincent. Vincent shrugged as though it wasn't a big deal, but somehow I knew there was another story behind his skill level. I would ask him about that later. So? I asked. We're really going in? Vincent nodded. Yes. But I don't know what's behind these doors. If we encounter an army of guards, we run. I nodded, indicating to what was left of the doorman. Especially if they're like that one. Fridge huffed. Damn, he was strong. Makes sense to have someone like that on the door, I said. They're presumably hiding something pretty damn horrible. Vincent held up the key. Let's see, shall we? He sauntered over to the large black door, running his hand over the metal studs as though searching for something. The keyhole, perhaps? I couldn't see one. His hand stopped and he pushed open a flap, then inserted the key and turned it. There was whirring and clicking, and Vincent began to pull at the door, but nothing moved. He then looked over his shoulder and called to us. Fridge. Rogan. A little help opening it. Fridge and Rogan went over and together, inch by inch, they opened the door. It must have been enormously heavy, if it took all three of them to open it. This can't be the main entrance, I said. Wouldn't it be almost impossible to get people in and out? Vincent grunted as he pushed the door open the last few inches. Yep. But that's probably the point. The only ones coming in and out would be vampires transporting blood, or women. But I think you're right. There has to be an easier way in. I looked into the room behind the door, and it was badly lit. No lights in there either. Stay behind me and be ready to fight or run, Vincent said. I nodded and we moved single file, stepping into the lair one by one. Vincent was at the head of the line, and Rogan and I were in the middle. The huge dragon shifter brought up our rear. Time to find out if all the legends, the fairy tales, and the disgusting stories of vampires were true. Chapter 22. Sadie. Sweat dotted my forehead, and my heart thumped so hard in my chest I struggled to hear anything above the beating sound in my head, but I kept walking. As quietly as possible, we took measured steps along the strange tunnel, then Vincent stopped. I halted right behind him. Rogan and Fridge bumped into me, and I stumbled into Vincent. He twisted around and caught me. Shush. I stared as he pointed ahead of us. Oh my God. I put my hands over my mouth to stop the scream that rose in my throat. The tunnel we were walking along opened into a large room, with women attached to blood siphoning machines. Some of the women were laying on beds, others were sitting in chairs. They all looked half dead, emaciated and drugged. Their eyes were closed, their breathing labored. Then my gaze fell on one woman in a chair as she stretched out her back. She was pregnant. Very pregnant. As she moved her hand over her swollen belly, I let out a loud sob. Gut-wrenching horror rose up like a wave and slapped me in the face. The sound of my sob attracted her attention. Who are you? The woman asked, her eyes coming to focus on us. Are you here to help us? The other women around her stirred, a swell of noise rising in the room as they began to open their eyes, look around and notice us. Hey, one of them called out to me. Please. Help me. Another one cried. My heart broke as my eyes filled with tears. They were alive. And conscious and dying. This isn't good, Vincent said. We have to help them, I cried, grabbing onto his shirt. I lunged forward, though I wasn't sure how I was going to get any of them out of here. How did I even take those IVs out of their arm? Vincent grabbed my arm, holding me back. Vincent. Please. You have to let me get them. I punched at Vincent's chest, feeling hysterical. My eyes burned with tears, and I could barely see behind the night vision goggles. Someone's coming, Fridge said, but I couldn't hear anything above the drumming of my heart in my ears. Vincent cocked his head. That's more than a few vampires. We have to run. Now. He grabbed my hand and pulled me. No. Vincent. Fridge. Now, Vincent said, as though they'd pre-organized a move. Before I could react, my big dragon shifter threw me over his shoulder and started running. I cried out in pain and shock, but didn't fight him as we bolted through the tunnel and back through the door we'd entered from. Help me close this, Vincent commanded. Fridge dropped me to the ground, but I managed to stay on my feet. My knees wobbled and I staggered sideways. The three men used all their strength to push shut the door, loud sounds and screams coming from inside the tunnel. Inside the blood ring. We left them, I said, staring at the door as Vincent locked it with the key and pocketed it once more. Sadie, he said, his voice firm but full of concern. If you want any chance to save those women, we need to run. Now. Before they find us. I wanted to argue with him, to tell him he was wrong. To demand we go back right now. He was right, though. We might have been able to take down one guard, but not a whole swarm of them. This had been a recon attempt, not a rescue. We were not prepared to save those women, yet. I nodded, lifted my night vision goggles and wiped my eyes. Okay. Let's go. Quickly, Rogan said, gesturing for me to follow. We ran without speaking, all the way back to the bar we'd first seen when we came in. I stopped, looking at the entrance to the bar. Maybe we should see if there was a way into the blood ring through there. Vincent appeared at my side, pressing into me. It was as if he could read my mind. No, Sadie. We need to leave. Now. I opened my mouth to ask why the rush now that the black door was shut. None of the vampires beyond the door had actually seen us, when two large vampires sauntered up to us. There you are, Vincent, one of them said with a chuckle, his eyes blazing in his dark-skinned face. He looked lethal, with his leather pants and black tank top revealing bulging muscles. The fathers have been looking for you. Tell them I'll contact them, Vincent snapped, stepping in front of me so that his body blocked most of me from their sight. Who have you got there? The other vampire asked, sliding around Vincent and coming toward me. I grabbed for the knife strapped to my thigh, but Fridge knocked him away. Get back, Fridge said, pulling out one of his guns from a holster at his waist and pointing it at the smiling vampire. The two vampires both laughed, and my three mates circled me, their backs against me, using their bodies like shields. They're hunters, Vincent hissed. They were what? I hadn't heard the term before, but it couldn't be good. Vincent addressed the two hunting vampires. We've got no issue with you. If you let us leave, we won't attack. The two vampires laughed again, the sound menacing and evil. The fathers mentioned you have a new pet, Vincent. A bounty hunter, they said. But she doesn't look like much. The other vampire whipped around us, grabbed Rogan and moved to throw him aside. In a blur of motion, Vincent snapped the vampire hunter's neck. He fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I gaped, staring at the fallen creature. The one remaining standing hissed loudly, but before Fridge could shoot, the vampire was gone. Coward, Fridge spat. Rogan adjusted his shirt and then grabbed my arm. Let's go. Definitely, I said as we jogged back toward the entrance. What was that all about, Vincent? Care to clue us in a little? Vincent sighed as he hurried along beside me. The vampire fathers have put a hit out on me. I assume it's partly because of my new connection to you, but mostly I would say, it is because I refused the hit on your father. I groaned. Something else to worry about now. When we reached the ladder, a sense of relief flooded through my body. We'd gotten in and out of the underground, and we now knew where the entrance to the blood ring operation was. Even worse, we knew the stories were true. We climbed the first ladder, then the second, stepping up and out into the sunlight once more. Suddenly, I was blinded by the sun, coming through the night vision goggles. I pulled them off my face, and wiped the sweat and remnants of tears out of my eyes. Damn it, that was horrible. I can't believe we were right about everything. My heart was broken in places, but in other ways I felt angry. Determined. I had a real goal now. A purpose. I would get those women out. Somehow. Rogan and Fridge were packing away their goggles in the bag, and I handed mine over too. Should we head over to the workshop or home? I asked. The hotel I think would be best, Vincent said quietly, blinking rapidly in the bright daylight. I looked at the other two. That okay with you guys? They stared at me like they were surprised I asked their opinion, but it was time that I ceded some level of control. I needed their help, and their cooperation in every way. Of course, Rogan said. Fridge nodded. Yeah, let's go. Work can wait until tomorrow. I need a shower after that hellhole. He shuddered dramatically and we all laughed, though the sound was brittle. Agreed, I said. I felt dirty as sin, and not the good kind. Let's go. We made our way back to the hotel, to be met on the way by a shifter who shared some of my own DNA. I smiled at my cousin as he crossed the road to greet me, his limp more noticeable today than the last time I'd seen him. Shadow. We're just heading back to the hotel. Want to come with us? Or is running into you not a coincidence? Shadow smiled, the purple swirl of magic obvious in his eyes in such bright sunlight. No coincidence. Lead the way. I need to talk to you. I frowned, but decided against asking him to explain yet. As a group of 5, we made our way back to the large suite I'd rented. Thank goodness I'd splurged, and chosen a room with both a bedroom and a living space, because there was no way I would have been able to take Shadow back with us otherwise. As we entered the room, Vincent went straight for the curtains the housekeeping staff had left open. The table and kitchenette had been wiped down, and the bed was made. Darkness fell as he closed the curtains, then Fridge flicked on the lights. Fridge groaned. I need a shower. Me too, I said, but waved at him. You first. I'll talk to Shadow. You could join me, Fridge said with a lascivious grin as he pulled his black shirt off over his head. His huge muscular body was drenched with sweat, every ripple of muscle gleaming even in the artificial light. I smiled at him and tilted my head. You go. Vincent sat on the couch, while Shadow groaned as he lowered himself into a chair, pain flickering over his face. You okay? I asked, worry coursing through me. Was he hurt, or was this part of his twisted spine issues? He nodded. Yes. I can wait, he said with a crooked smile. It's probably best if you're all around to hear what I have to say. Do you want to order some room service for all of us? I asked, inching toward the bedroom door. Get whatever you want. Oh yeah, I'm starving, Rogan said, pushing the phone at Shadow and walking toward me with a glint in his eye that made a bubble of excitement rise in my chest. You want a shower too? I asked. He chuckled as he ran in my direction. I bolted into the bathroom with a squeal. I doubted we would just be showering if all three of us got naked at the same time. Today I had seen pure torture, evil. And for this moment, I was going to celebrate life. And love. Then tomorrow we deal with what came our way. I stripped off my clothes in a hurry and jumped beneath the shower as Fridge's hands moved over me in a possessive caress.
Chapter 23. Vincent. I knew Sadie and the two other men were trying to be quiet in the shower. They were behind two closed doors, but I could still hear the soft moans and sighs coming from the bathroom. I tried my best not to stare at the closed bedroom door and wished I'd been invited in. Instead, I concentrated on ordering food and trying not to imagine what was going on in the shower with my mate. How are you feeling about that? Shadow asked me, indicating the bedroom. I shrugged and smiled blandly. Which part? He shrugged. All of it. The fact you have to share her is the one that springs to mind first and foremost, though. I chuckled. It's not an unusual thing in the vampire world. Many families are made up of triad, quads, even larger couplings. Having an immortal life tends to make you flexible about your time with your soulmate or mates. But Shadow led me to continue. I wish I wasn't so far behind. Her connection to the shifters is cemented and very strong. Shadow tapped his fingers on the table. It won't take long once you spend some time together. Plus, look at the bright side, you'll probably outlive them both. I opened my mouth to ask him if he meant purely because I was a vampire, or if he had seen such a thing with his premonition abilities. But there was a knock at the door, and I went to answer it. It was our food, delivered on a tray by housekeeping. By the time I pulled the tray inside and arranged the food on the table, the other three were back in the room. Sadie's face was pink and shining with good health, and the men now looked relaxed and happy, despite the danger they'd endured today. There should always be celebrations after escaping death. Sadie met my gaze and her smile fell, guilt tugging her lips down. I forced a smile to my face, though envy ate at my gut. Your food arrived, I said, though the statement was clearly rhetorical. Thanks, she said, and the men rushed forward to eat. Sadie hung back and I stepped toward her, taking her in my arms and kissing her gently on the lips. She tasted clean and fresh, and she wrapped her arms around my neck and held me tight. The feeling of being alone evaporated, replaced with a sense of acceptance and hope. So what's this about, Shadow? Rogan asked from behind us. I pulled away but held on to Sadie, keeping a hand on her waist as we turned toward her cousin. I have news about the blood ring and Sadie's mom, he said. Sadie shivered in my grasp, so I led her to the couch and encouraged her to sit next to me as we waited for Shadow to explain. She pressed right up against me, her hand on my thigh and her focus on her cousin. I lapped up the affection and the attention, knowing that my turn with Sadie would be coming very soon. Tell us, Sadie encouraged. Shadow nodded, leaning forward on his chair. Vincent has explained to me what he told you, though I was sure there was more to the story. So I dug deeper. Spoke to more of my vampire contacts, bribed some people, got into a fight or two. He winced as he moved a shoulder and flicked his wrist and hand. I narrowed my eyes, looking for the injuries he so obviously carried. There was nothing obvious to the eye, but shifters healed quickly, and with Shadow's already twisted frame it was hard to distinguish between new and old ailments. "What did you learn?" I asked. "And thank you for following your leads," Sadie jumped in. "I'm so sorry you got hurt." Shadow smiled at Sadie then, a true smile of affection, one I'd never seen Shadow bestow on anyone. "Just part of the job," he said. I met Rogan's gaze and he rolled his eyes. I wasn't certain what the look meant, but I could almost hear Rogan's voice saying, "See, everyone who meets her falls in love with her." Shadow continued. "The information the vampire fathers wanted from Jack was about Sadie's mother." "My mother? Why? She died 20 years ago." One side of Shadow's mouth kicked up in a smiley sort of grimace. "Yes. And unfortunately she was the last strong witch that they know of." Sadie sat up straighter, sliding to the edge of the couch. "What about the babies they've been breeding with the warlock?" She shuddered suddenly, and I knew she was thinking of the pregnant woman we'd seen in the Blood Ring dungeon. That had been truly horrible to see. He shrugged. "I don't know how successful that has been. Because if it had been, they wouldn't be looking for new witches." "New witches?" Rogan asked. "What do you mean?" Shadow continued. "That's what they came to Jack for. Information on his wife and her family. They're looking for a strong witch bloodline, and as she blew up their last Blood Ring premises with her magic, they know she was strong." Sadie stood up and began to pace. "What about me? Do they know about me? What I am?" Shadow nodded and Sadie bit her lip. Shadow put out a hand to calm her. "They know that you're her daughter, and they've sent vampires after you multiple times." "Well, why haven't they taken me then?" Sadie asked. I wanted to know the same thing. Shadow leaned back in his chair. "They've tried, but either your dad got to them first, or they reported back to the fathers that you simply couldn't be a witch, and they refused to bite you." "How come?" Sadie asked. Shadow grinned. "Because you smelled too goddamn bad to them." He laughed and it was a strange strangled sort of sound. I grabbed Sadie's hand and tugged her back to the couch. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open. Mom's magic worked. She totally disguised my scent. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You smell damn fine to me." Sadie met my gaze. "Damn fine as in, you want to bite me?" I shook my head. "No." "Exactly," she said proudly. "Mom cast a spell that disguised my witch scent by injecting snake genetics into me, or something like that. I don't know enough about magic to understand how she did it. That's what that scent is." I turned to Shadow. "And you have it also." He nodded, though from the way his mouth twisted it wasn't news he wanted spread around the city. "So what do we do?" Sadie asked Shadow. "Depends what you want to do," Shadow answered. "If your plan is to break up the Blood Ring, free the women trapped underground, you're gonna have a hell of a time." "We know where the entrance is," Sadie proclaimed, and Shadow's shocked gaze met mine. I nodded. "We do." "Then you know more than most," Shadow said, licking his lips. "But you need to understand that for every woman you free, they will simply replace her with another." "Not if they want specific exotic bloodlines," Sadie corrected him. I frowned. "They need blood no matter what, although you are correct. They don't want the same blood you can get at any bar or blood bank. They want something very specific. Something like my mate's blood."
Chapter 24. Sadie. My head spun with the new information Shadow was giving us, but there were so many questions that were still unanswered. "Do you think my dad had information on Mom's family?" I asked. Shadow frowned. "I hope not, because that would lead the vampire fathers to take half of our family prisoner." My ribs squeezed tightly around my chest, making my heart hurt. Shadow got to his feet. "Please make sure that no matter what, nobody knows we're related. Unlike you, I know where some of your family is." As I told you, there aren't many full witches like your mother left, but they're half or a quarter magical, and that would be enough for the blood ring. They'd be strung up and drained within hours of capture. I shuddered at the imagery and nodded. Of course. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Just that you need to go through your father's things and delete anything that looks remotely like a list or contact details of anyone that isn't a client or work-related. It's possible Jack had a book of family details around, but the vampire who killed him didn't find it. I swallowed hard. Speaking of which, do you know who killed him yet? Shadow shook his head. No, I'm sorry. No one seems to know. Disappointment dropped into the pit of my stomach like a stone. Thank you for trying. Shadow moved toward the door. I have to go, but if you need anything, Fridge knows how to reach me. Thanks, I said, and walked my cousin to the door. For everything. He opened the door, smiled at me once more, and left. I walked back into the room and collapsed on the couch, untouched by anyone for a brief moment. So, Dad had information worth dying for, I said. Vincent slid closer to me on the couch. If he had the locations of full-blood or even half-blood witches, then yes, he had information that people would kill for. I bit my lip. And my father died to protect it. Vincent nodded and I sighed, reaching for his hand and holding it tight. So what's our next move? I asked, as Fridge and Rogan huddled in. What do you want to do? Vincent asked me. Do you want to pursue this still? I nodded, though I felt guilty thinking about the danger I was putting my men in. I do. And I'm sorry that I do. I know it'll put you all in harm's way. I know that stopping one blood ring operation probably won't change everything, but I need to do something. I can't sit back and just get on with my life while those women, maybe even some of my own flesh and blood, rot away down there beneath the earth. Slaves to the vampires. I would never get those images out of my head. Of the pregnant woman's body being drained of blood. The women's cries, reaching out their desperate hands to me for help. I shuddered again and wrapped my arms around my body. We had to do something. I wasn't stopping now. Then we don't stop, Vincent said, squeezing my hand. Rogan nodded. We're with you, Sadie. Till death do us part, Fridge said and grinned at me. I couldn't help but smile at the men around me, but especially at my dragon shifter. A man who'd overcome so many of his fears and his demons to mate with me. And now I was not only wolf-mated, but I was officially dragon-mated too. The end of Book 2. Read on in Book 3 Vampire Mated, here.